USS Utah was laid down in March of 1909 and launched in December of that same year. She was officially completed August 1911. She was one of two members of the Florida-class dreadnought battleships, the other one being, well, the USS Florida. They were the first United States battleship to be designed to utilize steam turbine engines. This was something that had been experimented with the preceding Delaware-class ships, but the Florida classes were the ones initially developed to use them from the beginning. Now, I'll happily give you an abridged version of the USS Utah's service leading up to Pearl Harbor, but I gotta be honest, it's not that exciting. She and her sister Florida were the first ships to arrive during the United States occupation of Veracruz in 1914 during the Mexican Revolution. They both sent ashore landing parties, but that was about it. She was involved in World War I once we were dragged into that conflict. She was stationed at Berehaven in Bantry Bay, Ireland. Her job at that point was to protect convoys from potential German surface raiders, but to be honest, she never really had to do it. By the point the United States was involved in World War I, the vast majority of the naval conflicts were over. That war had devolved into a land war, with Germany mostly on the defensive. Very few naval engagements happened from there on, so the Utah didn't really get a chance to shine at all during World War I. When that war ended, well, it was the 20s. There wasn't really a lot going on in terms of warfare that would be battleships. In 1931, she was finally demilitarized. Her sister, Florida, was scrapped, but Utah was retained as a target ship. Target ships were actually a critically important part of naval training. They're used for seaborne target or naval gunnery practice, sometimes even for weapons testing. She was redesignated AG-16, and the vast majority of her armaments were stripped off. It sounds like a really sad end for the USS Utah, but her story isn't over here. She was still filling a very necessary military role. She was old enough at this point that she could be considered a little bit obsolete, so her battle capabilities would have been questionable. Her being retained to train new recruits how to handle the new weapons for other, newer ships is still an admirable practice in this context, and it's still arguably a better fate than her sister Florida, who, like I said, was simply scrapped. And she wasn't just used for target practice either. She was also equipped with numerous anti-aircraft guns of a wide variety for the purposes of training crews on how to utilize them. So while she may have been designated as a target ship, she was also used as a training ship too, so it wasn't like her job was entirely just to get shot at. But that was the role she would take on December 7th, 1941, when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, creating the main catalyst for the United States entering World War II, one of the deadliest global conflicts in history. The goal of the Japanese during the attack on Pearl Harbor was to cripple the United States Pacific Fleet. This would give them a significant edge in pushing our forces back. During the attack, they would manage to kill over 2,000 people, damage and sink numerous ships, damage 4 battleships, and sink 4 battleships, and 1 ex-battleship. Wait, why would they target the Utah? This doesn't really make sense at face value. Sure, the Utah was at Pearl Harbor at the time. She was anchored off the western side of Ford Island, but she was obviously away from the other actual in-service battleships, and the Japanese were well aware that the Utah was decommissioned. She was not considered a threat or a target in any way. In fact, when the attack commenced, Captain Mitsuo Fushida, who was the leader of the first wave of attacking aircraft, specifically said that the Utah was not to be attacked, as she was a decommissioned target vessel. She would serve them no purpose and would only serve to waste their ammunition. The Japanese had to traverse nearly the entire length of the Pacific Ocean to reach Pearl Harbor. They had limited torpedoes to utilize during the attack because the assault hinged on the notion that we were completely unprepared for it. If any torpedoes were used on non-targets, it would be deemed a complete waste. The attack had been well planned, but it would require nearly flawless execution by their pilots. They would have to target actual, legitimate targets, not ships whose job had actually been to be shot at for the last decade. But the USS Utah still managed to serve in some capacity by being very confusing During the chaos of the assault, a young Japanese pilot mistook the Utah for an actual active battleship and launched a torpedo at her. This caused a bit of a chain reaction when it came to Japanese pilots, because that pilot had shot at the Utah. Well, he must be right, therefore I am also going to launch my torpedo. In fact, a total of 6 torpedoes were completely wasted in shots against the Utah, which, I cannot stress this enough, was not an active battleship. She was commissioned solely for the purpose of being a target. To make it worse, out of the 6, only 2 managed to hit the Utah, completely wasting ordnance that could have otherwise been used on actual legitimate targets. By absorbing this damage, the Utah actually may have saved 1 or 2 other ships from destruction, maybe even more. And on board the ship at the time, well, there was a significant amount of crew. For target practice, the Utah could be radio controlled, but for training anti-air guns and moving around normally, they didn't necessarily rely on that. There were sailors on board when she was attacked, and while there are plenty of stories of heroism during Pearl Harbor, one of them did take place on board USS Utah. Chief Water Tender Peter Tomich was on the ship when she was struck by the torpedoes. The Utah was holding her own for a little bit, but she was listing badly. Tomich, who was a Croatian immigrant and a World War I veteran, immediately ordered his crew to abandon ship. However, he himself decided to return to his post. The reason? The steam boilers. They needed to be secured and shut down in order to prevent a possible explosion that could have killed many of the sailors trying desperately to escape the capsizing Utah. His actions delayed this long enough for the vast majority of the Utah's crew to escape. When Utah rolled over and sank after Tomich was last seen, she took him with her, as well as 57 other men. But her story wasn't over just yet. As soon as the survivors reached shore, the ship's senior officer, Commander Solomon Isquith, heard knocking from men that were trapped inside the Utah. He immediately called for volunteers to get a cutting torch from the badly damaged cruiser Raleigh, which was nearby, in an attempt to cut into the Utah's hull and free the trapped men. They actually succeeded a bit at this, pulling out 4 of their men. 461 of the total crew of the Utah managed to survive. Peter Tomich, whose heroism had cost him his life, was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously for what he had done. Although, interestingly, they couldn't actually locate his family to give them the medal. It went unclaimed until 2006, when they finally located a relative, and the award was presented to them in a ceremony held in Split, Croatia. As for the Utah herself, well, there was an attempt to right her again and salvage her to some extent, or at least be able to recover the bodies of those that did die. But their only attempt at doing so just didn't work. It probably could have been accomplished had they put significant effort into it, but the Utah had done her job. She was a target ship, and even if they righted her, she had no real military value at that point. It was much more logical to put the effort into raising one of the 4 actual battleships that had been sunk. As a result, the Utah remained where she was. She was formally placed out of commission on the 5th of September 1944 and stricken from the Naval Vessel Register on the 13th of November that same year. Despite only being there to serve as a target, she had done that valiantly, and she was awarded a single battle star for her brief service during World War II. The bodies of the men trapped inside were never recovered, and Utah remains in that same location to this day, serving as a war grave. A large memorial was erected in 1972 just off Ford Island near the Utah's remains, and is considered part of the Pearl Harbor National Memorial. However, unlike the Arizona, which is considered open to the public, the Utah's memorial is restricted only to individuals with a military identification. A color guard stands watch over the Utah, and she, along with the Arizona, were added to the National Historic Landmark Registry in the 5th of May, 1989. And as of 2008, 7 former crewmen who were on board the Utah when she went down were cremated and, per their wishes, had their ashes interred inside the wreck with their former crewmates. While her story is just one of many that happened on the 7th of December 1941, I think it's worth saying that she should never be forgotten. The USS Pennsylvania was the first of the Pennsylvania-class battleships, first laid down all the way back on October 27, 1913. She and her sister Arizona were part of the Standard Type Battleship series, and they were actually much larger than their predecessors, the Nevada class. They had a length of 608 feet, 185 meters, a beam of 97 feet, 30 meters, and a draft of 29 feet, 3 inches, 8.92 meters, at deep load. These measurements rendered her 25 feet, or 7.6 meters longer than the preceding battleships, and she wound up displacing 29,626 tons at standard load and 32,429 tons at deep load. That's over 4,000 tons more than the older ships. By the standards of 1913, the Pennsylvania class were positively gigantic, and they had 4 direct-drive Curtiss steam turbines to provide their power. They ran on fuel oil and could supply roughly 34,000 shaft horsepower. That's 25,000 kilowatts, providing the Pennsylvania with a design speed of 21 knots. But as a battleship, of course, she had to have guns, and indeed, she carried 12 45 caliber 14-inch 356mm guns in triple turrets, each numbered 1 to 4 from bow to stern. However, there were some design limitations with the guns. They actually couldn't elevate independently from each other, and were limited to a maximum elevation of 15 degrees, making their maximum range 21,000 yards, 19,000 meters, which of course is pretty far, but later battleships could exceed this quite a bit. She also had secondary batteries, which consisted of 22 51 caliber 5-inch 127mm guns that were mounted in individual casemates on the sides of Pennsylvania's hull. But these were actually kind of flawed as well, to be brutally honest. They were positioned in such a way that made them vulnerable to sea spray, and they couldn't be used at all in heavy seas. Her initial design also only included 4 50 caliber 3-inch guns for anti-aircraft purposes. And Pennsylvania actually had 2 21-inch torpedo tubes that were submerged, one on each broadside. The class was designed on the all-or-nothing principle, which is an armoring principle focusing on only protecting the most important areas of the ship that was started with the preceding Nevada class. The armor belt measured 13.5 inches, 343mm at the waterline, but it covered only the ship's machinery spaces and magazines. In other areas, it was tapered to a minimum thickness of only 8 inches, 203mm. It sounds weird, but the principle did work with dreadnought-style battleships, and the Pennsylvania class were super dreadnoughts after all. The method allowed for a ton of protection for the critical components by sacrificing protection for areas that the ship didn't necessarily need to remain functional. Pennsylvania was constructed at the Newport News Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company of Newport News, Virginia. She was launched on March 16, 1915, and completed in mid-1916, being formally commissioned on June 12th of that year, under the command of Captain Henry B. Wilson. She was assigned to the Atlantic Fleet, and completed her final fitting out by July 20th, when she started her sea trials. On October 12th, Rear Admiral Henry T. Mayo transferred to the ship and made her the flagship of the Atlantic Fleet. She went into dry dock for maintenance in January of 1917, and then she steamed south to join fleet exercises that were ongoing in the Caribbean. During that time, she actually hosted Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR, future President of the United States and Assistant Secretary of the Navy at the time. It was the second time he'd visited the ship, as he'd been aboard on August 21st to observe the fleet training exercises. He was on Pennsylvania this time to meet with the President of Haiti. She arrived back in Yorktown, Virginia on April 6, which happened to be the same day that the United States declared war on Germany and entered World War I. However, Pennsylvania was in a unique situation. For one thing, as I've mentioned when I talked about other battleships during this time, at least on America's side, by the time we got involved directly in World War I, it was mostly a land war. There really wasn't a lot going on naval-wise, beyond escorts. So most of the battleships we sent didn't really do much of anything. Pennsylvania wasn't sent at all. And this is because she was oil-fired. The British were tasked with supplying the fuel for the ships we sent, and while they had plenty of coal, they did not have plenty of oil, and requested that we send only coal-burning ships because of this. So Pennsylvania was left out of joining Battleship Division 9, and she remained in American waters, seeing absolutely no action during World War I. In August of 1917, she actually took part in a naval review for President Woodrow Wilson. Foreign naval officers actually visited her in September, which included Japanese Vice Admiral Isamu Takashita, as well as the Russian Vice Admiral Alexander Kolchak. For the rest of that year, and into the beginning of 1918, Pennsylvania was kept in a state of readiness, but again, never actually wound up having to do anything at all. And the end of World War I occurred on November 11th, 1918. After that, Pennsylvania returned to the New York Navy Yard for maintenance, which was completed by November 21st. However, once this was done, she did wind up crossing the Atlantic, as she was escorting the transport ship George Washington that carried President Wilson so he could take part in the post-war peace negotiations. They arrived on December 13th, and the following day, Pennsylvania began her trip back across the Atlantic to New York, and she arrived on December 26th, where she took part in victory celebrations. The interwar period was, quite frankly, as boring as it can possibly get for an American battleship, I'll be honest. Again, if you've seen my other videos about battleships, the time between the end of World War I and the beginning of World War II is alarmingly boring for them. They really had nothing to do, beyond occasionally being a transport or escort for VIPs, as well as participating in naval exercises. The big thing that probably should be worth mentioning about the interwar period is that on June 1st in 1929, she entered the Philadelphia Naval Yard for a major refit as well as modernization. These changes increased deck and turret roof armor, adding anti-torpedo bulges, new turbo generators, new turbines, and 6 new 3-drum boilers. Her main battery turrets were also modified to allow them to elevate to 30 degrees, increasing her range, and her secondary battery was revised. Their number was reduced to 12, and her 3-inch anti-aircraft guns were replaced with 8 5-inch guns. They removed her torpedo tubes entirely, and got rid of her lattice masts, swapping them out for much sturdier tripod masts. Her bridge was also enlarged, to give more room for an admiral's staff, as she was still commonly used as the flagship. Her living space was increased to 2,037 crew and marines, and she was given 2 catapults for seaplanes. She returned to service by March 1st, 1931, and conducted her trials in Delaware Bay in both March and April. But after that, again, throughout the 1930s, it was really just more fleet exercises and VIP escorts. Nothing was really going on for the American military at the time, at least where the Navy was concerned. That was until January of 1941. See, she was supposed to take part in what was called Fleet Problem 22, which was to be another naval exercise, but World War II was ramping up at the time, and though we weren't directly involved yet, Naval Command opted to cancel it, and on January 7th, Pennsylvania steamed to Hawaii to become a part of the Pacific Fleet. It wasn't her first time in the Pacific at all. She'd been there plenty of times during the interwar period, and the Pacific Fleet was based at Pearl Harbor. Over the course of that year, she operated out of there, and did make a short voyage to the West Coast from September 12th to October 11th. However, when she returned to Pearl Harbor, she was scheduled for a refit, and was put into Dry Dock Number 1, and that's where she was on the morning of December 7th, 1941. When the Japanese descended on Pearl Harbor to initiate their attack, Pennsylvania was in a very unique position. Being in dry dock, she, was dry, she wasn't in water. And even if she was, 3 of her 4 screws were actually removed as part of the refit. 2 destroyers, Cassin and Downs, were actually in the dock with her. But Pennsylvania still had a lot of her armament on board, and when the attack happened, her crew rushed to their battle stations. Her anti-aircraft gunners began to engage the Japanese, who did attempt to torpedo the side of the dry dock and flood it, but failed to accomplish this particular task. Pennsylvania was strafed numerous times, and at 8:30, high-altitude bombers started attacking the ship. At least 5 aircraft attempted to hit her from different directions. One of the bombers actually wound up hitting Downs, and another one did indeed manage to hit Pennsylvania. The bomb passed through the boat deck and exploded in casemate number 9. Pennsylvania's anti-aircraft gunners fired back as best they could, but they failed to score any hits. And it's believed that this may have been because of incorrect fuse settings that actually caused the shells to explode before they reached the correct altitude, and therefore made it so that it was pretty impossible for them to down any of these planes. They did manage to shoot down a low-flying aircraft that attempted to strafe Pennsylvania, and the men thought they had shot down at least 5, but after-action investigations felt that only 2 aircraft were likely hit by Pennsylvania's guns. By 9:20, both Cassin and Downs were on fire from bomb hits, and that fire had actually spread to Pennsylvania. In an effort to curb this problem, the dry dock was intentionally flooded, and 10 minutes after that, the destroyers began to explode as the fire spread to their ammunition magazines. At 9:41, Downs was crippled by an internal explosion that threw parts of her around the area, including one of her torpedo tubes that flew into the air and slammed into Pennsylvania's forecastle. Part of her crew battled the fire that was on her bow, while other men used her boats to ferry anti-aircraft ammunition from stores in the west lock of Pearl Harbor. By 1400, after the attack was over, the crew began prep work to repair the bomb damage, and a couple guns were actually taken from the badly damaged USS West Virginia to replace weapons that had been damaged on Pennsylvania. In the aftermath, it was found that when it came to USS Pennsylvania specifically, 15 men were killed, including her executive officer. 14 were missing, and 38 were wounded. But during the battle, Pennsylvania's only sister, Arizona, was completely destroyed, leaving her alone as an only child. But, on the positive side, her being in dry dock had made her fare a lot better than pretty much any other battleship, with the exception of perhaps USS Nevada, who, despite being in the harbor directly, had stubbornly refused to sink. Compared to the abject devastation around her, especially when looked at next to her own sister, Pennsylvania was in remarkably good shape. She was in fact refloated and taken out of dry dock by December 12th, ready to go to sea already, while the other battleships were in need of desperate repairs, some of which, like West Virginia, would take years to complete. Pennsylvania was ready to go to avenge the death of her sister. She departed Pearl Harbor on December 20th and arrived in San Francisco 9 days after that, but she was put back into dry dock at Hunters Point on January 1st, 1942, for the light repairs that she did require. Those were completed, though, by January 12th. She left San Francisco on February 20th and began gunnery training. During springtime and over the summer, she took part in many maneuvers off the coast of California, and during that time she underwent an overhaul at Mare Island Naval Shipyard, also in San Francisco. After Pearl Harbor, the Navy had reevaluated their needs for this new conflict, and it was realized that, frankly, they needed more anti-aircraft guns. Now. So Pennsylvania was given 10 Bofors 40mm quad mounts and 51 Oerlikon 20mm single mounts. Her tripod mainmast was removed and the stump was replaced by a deck house above which the aft main battery director cupola was housed. She was also given one of the brand new CXM-1 radars, which was installed above the cupola. Her old-style secondary batteries were replaced with rapid-fire 5-inch guns and 8 twin-turret mounts. These new guns were dual-purpose. They could elevate to 85 degrees and fire at a rate of 1 round every 4 seconds. Pennsylvania was sent to sea briefly during the Battle of Midway as part of Task Force 1, which was commanded by Vice Admiral William S. Pye, but battleships did not really take much part in the Battle of Midway. That was largely a victory for the aircraft carriers, and it was a crucial one. The Japanese lost 4 of their carriers, putting them suddenly on the defensive, and as a result, the United States Navy began the arduous process of pushing them back across the ocean. On August 1st, USS Pennsylvania left San Francisco, heading back to Pearl Harbor, arriving there on August 14th, taking part in further training which included guard tactics for aircraft carrier task forces. She was overhauled again from the 3rd to the 10th of January 1943, and after further training and testing, she departed to join the Aleutian Islands campaign on April 23rd. Those islands could be their own story, as it's kind of a forgotten element of World War II. They are part of Alaska, and the Japanese did attempt to invade them on June 3rd, 1942. The process of pushing them out took some time, and for Pennsylvania's part, she bombarded Holt's Bay between the 11th and 12th of May to support the forces that had gone ashore on the island of Attu. When she was leaving the area, she was actually attacked by a Japanese submarine, I-31. A torpedo was launched, but it was spotted by a PBY Catalina flying boat. The Catalina radioed Pennsylvania immediately, and the ship took evasive maneuvers, managing to avoid the torpedo. A pair of destroyers then spent the next 10 hours hunting down that submarine, before finally managing to damage her and forced her to surface. I-31 would be sunk by another destroyer the following day. Pennsylvania returned to Holt's Bay on May 14th to conduct another bombardment in support of an infantry attack that was happening on the western side. She remained in the area till May 19th, when she then steamed to Adak Island for yet another amphibious assault. But while she was en route, one of her gasoline stowage compartments exploded? That caused severe structural damage, though fortunately no one was injured. She did actually still go to Adak and try to do her job, but she was forced to leave on May 21st for repairs at Puget Sound, which lasted until June. And during that overhaul, another accidental explosion occurred which killed one man and injured a second. What is happening? Pennsylvania, stop exploding. No! She wound up leaving port on August 1st, bound for Adak again, and she arrived on August 7th. There, she was once again designated a flagship of Admiral Francis W. Rockwell, who was commander of the task force that was to attack Kiska. The troops were sent ashore on August 15th, but met, no resistance. Oh, there's nobody here. Oh, okay. The Japanese had actually evacuated without U.S. forces in the area noticing, so the Pennsylvania didn't really have to do anything. There was no one to bombard. She did patrol off of Kiska for several days just to be safe, but she returned to Adak on August 23rd. 2 days later, she departed Adak for Pearl Harbor again, arriving there on September 1st. Then she embarked with a contingent of 790 passengers, before steaming on September 19th back to San Francisco. She arrived 6 days later to drop off her passengers before returning to Pearl on October 6th. By November, she was the flagship of Rear Admiral Richmond K. Turner, who was the commander of the 5th Amphibious Force, which was part of the Northern Attack Force. She left Pearl Harbor on November 10th to lead the assault on part of the Gilbert Islands. She was joined by 3 other battleships, 4 cruisers, 3 escort carriers, and numerous transports, and the force arrived on November 20th. Pennsylvania opened fire that morning at a range of 14,200 yards, 13,000 meters, which began the Battle of Macon. Early in the morning of November 24th, Pennsylvania was actually jostled badly by an explosion. Did she blow up again? No, not this time. Not her, anyway. The explosion occurred off her starboard bow, and lookouts reported that the escort carrier, Liscombe Bay, had actually been torpedoed. Japanese torpedo bombers actually conducted repeated nighttime attacks on the 25th and 26th, but they actually failed to score any hits on the American fleet during that time, and Pennsylvania left the area on November 30th to return to Pearl. In the beginning of 1944, she was still in Pearl, preparing to support more amphibious landings in the Marshall Islands. She departed Pearl on January 22nd with the invasion fleet, and on January 31st, she began her bombardment, beginning the Battle of Kwajalein. Troops were sent ashore the next day, and Pennsylvania remained on standby to provide artillery support for the Marines as they fought to secure the island. By February 3rd, the Japanese defenders had indeed been defeated, which allowed Pennsylvania to depart to Majuro Atoll to replenish her ammunition supply, which she had used just so much of. She left on February 12th to support the next major attack on Etiwetik, which she arrived at 5 days later. The battle was actually already underway this time, and over the 20th and 21st of February, she shelled the island into the ground. On the 22nd of February, she supported the landing on Perry Island in much the same way, just firing so many explosions. On March 1st, Pennsylvania went back to Majuro before proceeding south to Havana Harbor. She stayed there until April 24th, when she left for a short visit to Sydney, Australia. After that, she returned to Havana, but then steamed to Port Purvis on Florida Island in the Solomons to participate in further amphibious assault exercises. She replenished her ammunition and supplies, and headed out back to the Marshall Islands on June 2nd. She joined Allied forces on June 10th, which were preparing for the Marianas Campaign, and while en route that night, one of the escorting destroyers actually reported a sonar contact. The fleet took evasive maneuvers, and in the dark, the Pennsylvania collided, accidentally, with the troop transport Talbot. She suffered only minor damage and was able to continue, but the transport had to return for emergency repairs. And don't get me wrong, I love the USS Pennsylvania, but she's kind of a klutz, isn't she? She began her bombardment of Saipan on June 14th, and continued throwing shells at the island while cruising off Tinian on June 15th as the assault craft went ashore. On the 16th, she attacked Japanese positions at Oro Point on Guam before returning to Saipan again. She finally left the area on June 25th to get more ammunition, and went back to join the preparatory bombardment of Guam on July 12th. That shelling continued for 2 days, and late in the day on July 14th, she headed to Saipan again to get more ammunition. In between being clumsy, she's just firing so many shells. It really is impossible to overstate how much her guns were firing. She was back on station 3 days later and continued to just obliterate this island throughout the 20th of July. She provided much needed suppressing fire on Japanese positions that were firing on demolition parties that had gone ashore to destroy landing obstacles. On July 21st, Pennsylvania took up her bombardment position off Oro Point as the assault craft prepared to actually launch the attack. She remained off the island providing support for 2 weeks. Pennsylvania was finally able to leave Guam on August 3rd to get more ammunition. How many times have I said that now? After this, she joined landing training off Guadalcanal, and on the 6th of September she left as a part of the bombardment and fire support group for the invasion of Peleliu. She, yes, of course, bombarded the island for 2 whole days, the 12th to the 14th of September, and supported the landings on the 15th. She shelled Angkor Island on September 17th and stayed there for 3 days, finally leaving on September 20th. She then entered a floating dry dock on October 1st for a week's worth of repairs, finally being refloated on October 12th, and joined many fellow battleships, including USS Mississippi, Tennessee, California, Maryland, and West Virginia. She may have lost her sister, but she sure had plenty of cousins. These ships were under the command of Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf. They were designated Task Group 77.2, and they formed the fire support group for the upcoming operations in the Philippines. They arrived off Leyte on the 18th of October and took up their bombardment positions. They covered underwater demolition teams, beach reconnaissance operations, and minesweepers that were clearing the way for the landing forces. On October 24th, there were reports of Japanese naval forces that were approaching the area, and that led Oldendorf's ships to prepare for action at the exit of the Surigao Strait. Vice Admiral Shoji Nishimura's southern force was steaming through that area to attack the invasion fleet in Leyte Gulf. His force consisted of Battleship Division 2, which included the battleships Yamashiro and Fuso, as well as heavy cruiser Mogami, and 4 destroyers. On top of that, there was also Vice Admiral Kishohide Shima's 2nd Striking Force, which had heavy cruisers Nachi and Ashigara, as well as light cruiser Abikuma, and 4 more destroyers. The flotilla passed through the strait on the night of October 24th, but they came under attack from American PT boats, which were followed up by destroyers, and then initiated the Battle of Surigao Strait. One of those destroyers actually torpedoed Fuso and disabled her, but Nishimura continued on towards his objective anyway. In the early hours of October 25th, the Southern Force came into contact with Oldendorf's battleships, which had positioned themselves to cross the T, which is a classic naval warfare tactic in which a line of battleships crosses in front of a line of enemy ships, allowing them to broadside the oncoming enemies, while their enemies can only use their forward guns to retaliate. West Virginia was of course included in this, and if you've seen my video about her, you know she was fed up with the Japanese. She fired at 3:53, and while the other battleships did follow up on this, Pennsylvania had trouble locating a target in the darkness with her search radar. She had an older style when compared to West Virginia's, for example. The Mark III was not as effective, so she had an uphill battle when it came to returning shots. But regardless of this, Task Group 77.2's battleships managed to crush Battleship Division 2. Shima's 2nd Striking Force had fallen behind and not yet entered the fight. Yamashiro was on fire and then exploded. She turned to flee while being covered by a salvo of torpedoes from the also on fire Mogami. The group of American battleships were able to evade those torpedoes, and despite having disengaged from the battle, Yamashiro was hit by more torpedoes and capsized later, around 4:20. Shima's ships then passed the still floating Fuso and realized that Nishimura had entered a trap, so he reversed course to retreat, and in the confusion his flagship, Nachi, actually collided with Mogami, which caused damage and slowed her down, allowing her to be attacked by American light forces. She was also later sunk, as were 3 of the 4 destroyers. Later, on October 25th, Pennsylvania did manage to do some work, as her anti-aircraft guns shot down 4 aircraft that were attacking a nearby destroyer. On October 28th, the Pennsylvania shot down a torpedo bomber, and she remained on station off Leyte until the 25th of November, when she departed for Manus, from which she then steamed to Coastal Roads off Palayu on December 15th to, well, get more ammo. She rejoined Oldendorf's Fire Support Group on January 1st, 1945 for the next major operations in the Philippines. Over the 4th and 5th of January, Japanese aircraft repeatedly attacked these ships, which included kamikazes that wound up destroying an escort carrier, Amane Bay. Pennsylvania continued to do what she did best, bombarding, crushing Japanese positions on Santiago Island at the entrance to Lingayen Gulf, which she entered on the night of January 6 to suppress Japanese guns while minesweepers cleared the area. The following morning, the rest of Oldendorf's ships actually joined her in the Gulf to begin main preparatory bombardment, which continued until the 8th. On January 9th, the amphibious assault began as troops from the 6th United States Army went ashore. A Japanese aircraft did strike the invasion fleet, however, on January 10th, and 4 bombs landed very close to Pennsylvania, but she was undamaged. Later that day, a fire control party wound up directing Pennsylvania to shell a group of Japanese tanks that were massing to launch a counterattack on the beachhead. She performed this task dutifully and then patrolled outside the Gulf from the 10th to the 17th of January, after which she returned, and she saw no further action. She departed on February 10th for further maintenance at Manus, and after that, she left for San Francisco on February 22nd, stopping by the Marshalls and at Pearl along the way. She arrived back in San Francisco on March 13th and underwent a very thorough overhaul, which included replacing her quite worn-out main battery and secondary guns. She received a brand new Mark 34 main battery director, which was actually equipped with the latest Mark 8 fire control radar, much better than what she had. This was placed on her aft superstructure. Given that kamikazes had become a very regular thing, her anti-aircraft armament was increased again to 71 20mm guns in 27 single and 22 twin mounts. An additional pair of 40mm Bofors guns in a twin mount was also installed
on top of turret number 2, giving her a total of 42 guns. With the work completed and her trials done, she left San Francisco on July 12th and arrived back in Pearl Harbor on the 18th, where she did engage in further training from the 20th to the 23rd. On the 24th, she departed to join the invasion fleet off Okinawa. However, while she was on the way, she wound up stopping to bombard Wake Island on August 1st. She got into an artillery duel with Japanese coastal guns, and one of their shells detonated close enough that fragments disabled one of her fire control directors for her 5-inch guns. One of her Curtiss SC Seahawks was damaged in heavy seas, and a destroyer, USS Ordronaux, recovered the pilot. She replenished her ammunition at Saipan before continuing on to Okinawa, and arrived there on the 12th of August, where she yet again became a flagship, of Task Force 95 this time. But that night, while moored next to USS Tennessee in Buckner Bay, a Japanese torpedo bomber actually managed to penetrate the Allied defensive screen undetected. That aircraft launched its torpedo at Pennsylvania and hit her aft. This was a very serious hit. The torpedo opened a hole that was around 30 feet in diameter, 9.1 meters, causing it to rapidly take on a lot of water and begin to settle by the stern. Damage control teams were able to contain the flooding, and 20 men were killed, while another 10 were injured, including Oldendorf, actually. He suffered several broken ribs. USS Pennsylvania actually was the last major US warship to be damaged in World War II. The following day, salvage tugs towed her to shallow water, where temporary repairs could be made, and while that was ongoing, on August 15th, the Japanese finally surrendered, ending World War II. USS Pennsylvania's post-war career was quite brief. She did not last long after the war was over. Remember, she'd been laid down in 1913. She was old. And with the greatest global conflict the world has ever seen over, the Navy knew they would probably have to downsize. Plus, World War II had made it very clear that battleships, well, they were kind of old hat. Ship-to-ship engagements involving them had been pretty rare, all things considered, in both war theaters. Aircraft had largely assumed their role. With greater range, accuracy, and utility, investing in further developments on aircraft carriers was a lot more reasonable than working on more battleships, which were large, lumbering, easy to hit, and besides shore bombardments, just weren't that useful anymore. Pennsylvania, in particular, was taken under tow by a pair of tugboats on August 18th to Apra Harbor in Guam, and she arrived there on September 6th. The following day, she was put into a floating dry dock, where a very large steel patch was simply welded over the hole that had been made in her, which would allow her to make the voyage back for more permanent repairs. The USS Missouri wound up relieving Pennsylvania as flagship on September 15th, and on October 2nd, Pennsylvania was able to leave the dry dock. She left Guam 2 days later, bound for Puget Sound, where permanent repairs would be effected. And though her career was drawing to a close, Pennsylvania had just one more trick up her sleeve when it came to being an absolute klutz. While she was en route on October 17th, her number 3 propeller shaft slipped aft. Divers had to be sent to cut it loose, leaving Pennsylvania with just one operational screw, and the open propeller shaft was now allowing water to leak into her hull. You just couldn't resist, could you? Just one more little stumble. It had to be done. You know, I'm not even mad because I know how this story ends, and good for you. She managed to still complete the voyage and arrived on October 24th. And there she would receive the Navy Unit Commendation for her wartime service on November 3rd. But just 2 months later, on January 16th, 1946, USS Pennsylvania was designated to be expended as a target ship for the Operation Crossroads atomic bomb tests at Bikini Atoll. Repairs were completed enough to allow her to sail to the Marshall Islands, and she set out on February 24th. She stopped in Pearl Harbor one last time on her way, and arrived in Bikini Atoll on May 31st, where she was anchored along with another 83 warships. The first explosion, which was test-able, took place on July 1st, and this was an air burst. Pennsylvania did not sink as a result of this blast. Yeah, I know. This is going exactly where you think it's going. You think Nevada's the only one that can take a nuke to the face? Ha! Aftertests determined that she hadn't even been contaminated with radiation, so the crew actually returned to her from the 3rd to the 24th of July. The second blast, which was Test Baker, was done on the 25th of July, and that was an underwater detonation. Pennsylvania was moored just 1,100 yards, 1,000 meters, from ground zero. She was only lightly damaged from the blast. Like an absolute boss. Though this time she'd been so close that the surge of water caused significant radioactive contamination. Work parties did go aboard from the 17th to the 21st of August to prepare her to be towed, and on the 21st she was taken by the transport Niagara, which took her to Kwajalein, where she was decommissioned on August 29th. Radiological and structural studies were completed over the following year and a half to see how the bombs had really affected her, but once all that was done, the Navy had no more use for her, and she couldn't be properly scrapped since she was again radioactive. So she was scuttled on February 10th, 1948, and stricken from the Naval Vessel Register on February 19th. Her bell, however, was saved, and is on display at the Pennsylvania State University near the main entrance of the Wagner Building, which happens to be home to the university's ROTC programs. It's been on permanent loan to the university from the Department of the Navy since 1955, and 2 of her 14-inch guns that had been replaced during the 1945 overhaul are on outdoor display at the Pennsylvania Military Museum in Boalsburg, Pennsylvania. So while this battleship may have been awkward, clumsy, and sometimes downright silly, she really hated islands, and she served faithfully, defending the amphibious assault forces as they bravely charged into heavily defended territory. So when it comes to her task of avenging her lost sister, USS Arizona, I'd say she succeeded. Also, I think more people need to know she took 2 nukes to the face. Like, Nevada's famous for that. Pennsylvania did it too, come on now. Give her some credit. I know she was way clumsier than Nevada, but hey, props where it's due here.
USS Maryland, or BB-46, was a Colorado-class battleship, nicknamed Old Mary or Fighting Mary. Design work on this latest type of battleship was completed in 1916, and the Colorados were basically direct copies of the preceding Tennessee class, except that their main battery had been switched from 12 14-inch guns to 8 16-inch guns. The Colorados would also be the last class of battleships completed of the standard types. And despite being named the Colorado class after USS Colorado, Maryland was actually the oldest of the ships, being laid down first on April 24, 1917, and commissioned first on July 21, 1921. USS Colorado wouldn't actually be commissioned until August 30th, 1923, and she would be followed up by the baby of the family, USS West Virginia, on the 1st of December, 1923. There was actually supposed to be a 4th one, USS Washington, or BB-47, but she was cancelled when she was over 75% complete due to the Washington Naval Treaty that limited naval armaments, making it so that the Colorado class would always be a total of 3 ships. And for Maryland's part, being technically the oldest sister, she was 624 feet, or 190 meters, long overall, and she had a beam of 97 feet 6 inches, or 29.72 meters, as well as a draft of 30 feet 6 inches, or 9.30 meters. As designed, she displaced 33,218 tons, and at full load, she would hit 34,130 tons. She got her power from 4 General Electric turbo-electric drives with steam provided by 8 oil-fired Babcock and Wilcox boilers. Her power output was rated at about 28,900 horsepower, and she could hit a top speed of 21 knots. That's 24 miles per hour or 39 kilometers per hour. Though on her speed trials, she actually exceeded this by just a little bit, hitting 21.09 knots.
Her normal cruising range was roughly 8,000 nautical miles at 10 knots, but she had onboard space that could be used to store extra fuel, and that could increase her range to 21,100 nautical miles, a huge boost. Her crew complement consisted of 64 officers and 1,241 enlisted men. She was armed with a battery of 8 16-inch guns, in 4 twin turrets on the center line, 2 forward and 2 aft. Her secondary battery was made up of 16 5-inch guns that were mounted individually in casemates clustered in the superstructure amidships. She also carried an anti-aircraft battery of 8 3-inch guns in individual high-angle mounts. And going along with the practice of the period, she actually had torpedo tubes mounted in her hull below the waterline on each broadside. Her main armor belt was between 8 to 13.5 inches thick, and her main armor deck was up to 3.5 inches thick. Maryland wasn't even commissioned till after World War I, so naturally she didn't take part in that, and would enter service during the interwar period, or when it comes to warships, the period of boredom. There really wasn't much to do, as I've repeatedly stated, and I'm going to keep saying it every time, just so we're clear. When she was commissioned, she undertook an East Coast shakedown cruise, and after that she was actually made a flagship of Admiral Hilary P. Jones. As she was a new ship, she was in great demand for special occasions. She appeared at Annapolis, Maryland for the 1922 United States Naval Academy graduation, and at Boston, Massachusetts for the anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill and the 4th of July. From the 18th of August to the 25th of September, she paid her first visit to a foreign port, as she was transporting the Secretary of State, Charles Evans Hughes, to Rio de Janeiro for Brazil's Centennial Exposition. And the following year, after she did some fleet exercises off the Panama Canal Zone, Maryland passed through the canal in the latter part of June to join the battle fleet that was stationed on the west coast. She remained a flagship until 1923, when that role was given over to USS Pennsylvania. She would also travel to another foreign port in 1925, when she was in Australia and New Zealand. In 1928, she actually transported the President-elect, Herbert Hoover, on the Pacific leg of his tour of Latin America. She would wind up receiving an overhaul between 1928 and 1929, and the 8 3-inch anti-aircraft guns were replaced by 8 5-inch guns. Throughout the 1930s, she basically participated in pretty much every fleet training operation you could possibly imagine. That's really what she did. That's all she did, because there was nothing else to do. And she conducted numerous patrols as well. In 1940, Maryland's base of operations was switched to Pearl Harbor, and she was indeed present at Battleship Row on December 7th, 1941. When the Japanese descended on the harbor, Maryland was in a rather awkward position that was both a blessing and a curse. See, she was completely unable to maneuver in any way, which most of the battleships were in that position, but she was right next to Oklahoma. Her little sister West Virginia was also nearby, and Tennessee was right behind her. California was to her front. And while she couldn't move, this also meant that it was extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible, for the Japanese to get any torpedo hits on Maryland. Which is exactly what happened. She was never hit by any torpedoes because Oklahoma protected her. As we discussed last week, Oklahoma would not survive the attack on Pearl Harbor, but her death did wind up protecting USS Maryland. At the time of the attack, Maryland's crew was actually preparing for shore leave, scheduled for 9 o'clock. Some of them were eating breakfast. Seaman Leslie Short, who had actually been in the middle of addressing Christmas cards while sitting near his machine gun, was one of the first ones to fire back that day, and who would wind up shooting down one of the torpedo bombers that had attacked USS Oklahoma. And due to the protection afforded to her, Maryland was able to get all her anti-aircraft batteries into action. And Maryland's crew would wind up receiving extra help, as when Oklahoma capsized, a lot of her crew jumped over to Maryland and began assisting however they could to continue the fight. Maryland did not get away unscathed, however. She was hit by 2 armor-piercing bombs, which detonated pretty low on her hull. The first had struck the forecastle awning and made a hole that was about 12 feet by 20 feet in size. The second exploded after entering the hull at around frame 10. This second hit did cause flooding and increased Maryland's draft forward by about 5 feet, but it wasn't enough to bring her down. She continued firing, and after the attack was over, she sent firefighting parties to assist her fellow battleships. This included saving trapped men from USS Oklahoma, as well as attempted to help her very badly damaged little sister, USS West Virginia. West Virginia would eventually return to service, but only after several years. Maryland didn't have to watch her sister die necessarily, but she did watch her get gravely injured, and she watched her cousin Oklahoma sacrifice herself so that she, fighting Mary, could live. In total, on board USS Maryland, 2 officers and 2 men were killed in the attack. After Pearl Harbor, the Japanese actually announced that Maryland had been sunk, though obviously this wasn't true at all. On the 30th of December, Maryland entered the Puget Sound Navy Yard for repairs, just behind USS Tennessee, who had also gotten out of Pearl Harbor relatively unscathed as she was protected by USS West Virginia. 2 of Maryland's original 12 5-inch guns were removed, and her 25 caliber guns were actually replaced by an equal number of 38 caliber dual-purpose guns. The repairs also consisted of an overhaul that took place over the course of 2 months, so Maryland could receive new equipment to prepare her for the war to come. She was finished by February 26, 1942, and then she underwent a series of shakedowns, being sent back into action in June. She was the second battleship damaged at Pearl Harbor to return to duty. Her first actions during the war consisted of a supporting role during the Battle of Midway, though that particular fight was mostly won by the aircraft carriers. The battleships really had not much to do with that, and Maryland's role consisted of patrolling with a backup fleet that was tasked with protecting the West Coast. She was on call just in case that whole time, but she was never needed, and when the Battle of Midway was over, Maryland was then sent to San Francisco. Once there, she began a series of nearly constant training exercises with Battleship Division 2, 3, and 4 until August 1st, when she would return to Pearl Harbor for some repairs, which was the first time she was back there since the attack. That done, she would leave the harbor in early November alongside her sister Colorado, and she would wind up steaming for the Fiji Islands. Her and Colorado acted as the meanest of guard dogs to deter the Japanese from advancing on that particular area, keeping them away from Australia. They both conducted frequent sweeps for Japanese forces, and in early 1943, following the success of the Solomon Islands campaign, the strategy of the Allies shifted from defense to offense. In February, both Maryland and Colorado moved to New Hebrides, a location that proved unbearably hot, much to her crew's annoyance. She then moved to Espiritu Santo, again acting as a guard, but it was also very hot there, and there were heavy rains in the area. Eventually, she would head back to Pearl Harbor again for a 5-week overhaul, where she was given more anti-aircraft guns on her top decks and foremast. She left on October 20th, 1943, heading for the South Pacific, and she was made flagship of Rear Admiral Harry W. Hill's 5th Amphibious Force and Southern Attack Force in the Gilbert Islands invasion. Also aboard Maryland were both Major General Julian C. Smith, who was commander of the 2nd Marine Division, and Colonel Evans Carlson, who was commander of Carlson's Raiders. They were gearing up for an assault on Tarawa. The battle would commence on November 20th, and mark Maryland's first offensive action of the war. Her guns opened fire at 5 a.m. and crushed a shore battery within 5 salvos on the southwestern point of Betio Island in the Tarawa Atoll. At 6 a.m., she then commenced a scheduled shore bombardment to soften up defenses ahead of the landings, and she actually moved closer to shore to attract Japanese fire so they could locate artillery emplacements and silence them. By 9 a.m., Marine landing forces were encountering heavy Japanese resistance and began seeing casualties. Maryland was called to provide covering fire and eliminate several Japanese machine gun nests. Her own scouting plane then began to cover the progress of the Marines' assault, along with Maryland's continued artillery support. The plane would wind up being damaged, and the pilot was wounded in action. Maryland covered the offensive on Betio Island for 3 days before she moved to Apamama Island to guard Marine landings over there. There was only light resistance, however, on that island, with only 30 Japanese soldiers to contend with, and 2 prisoners were taken and brought aboard Maryland. On December 7th, Maryland left Apamama to return to Pearl Harbor, stopping there only briefly before leaving for San Francisco for some repairs. Maryland left California on January 13th, 1944, and would wind up rendezvousing with Task Force 53 for 2 days of loading ammunition. Oh, it's very USS Pennsylvania of you. It wasn't just ammo, they loaded fuel and food as well, but this was being done ahead of a new operation that was supporting the Marshall Islands campaign. On January 30th, she moved to support landings on Roy Island. In the early morning of January 31st, Maryland and the other ships began a bombardment of the Kwajalein Atoll, starting the Battle of Kwajalein. Maryland herself would be responsible for destroying numerous Japanese stationary guns as well as pillboxes, and she would actually fire her guns so much that she split the liners of turret number 1, which put it out of action for the rest of the day. She continued her attack on February 1st, as U.S. landing forces moved forward, and she became the flagship for Admiral Connolly for the next 2 weeks. In addition to firing just so much, she also ran around and resupplied many of the smaller ships in the operation until she left with a task unit of carriers and destroyers on February 15th, steaming to Bremerton Navy Yard, where she received yet another overhaul and her guns, which again, she broke from shooting so much, were replaced. On May 5th, Maryland sailed westward to join Task Force 52, which was headed for Saipan. Vice Admiral Richmond K. Turner wanted the task force to take 3 days to soften up the island's defenses ahead of the assault, and firing commenced at 5:45 a.m. on June 14th. Maryland, alongside other ships including USS Pennsylvania, helped soften up defenses quite a bit, and the invasion commenced on June 15th, with Maryland continued to provide fire support for landing forces. The battleships were so effective at this that the Japanese attempted to counter them through an air attack. On June 18th, Maryland shot down her first Japanese planes, but on June 22nd, a single Mitsubishi G4M3 Betty bomber was flying low over the Saipan Hills that were still contested when she stumbled upon both Maryland and Pennsylvania. The plane dropped a torpedo, which slammed into Maryland and blew a large hole in her starboard bow. The explosion resulted in light casualties, but the flooding was controlled very quickly. In 15 minutes, she was underway again and limped back to Pearl Harbor, going in reverse the whole time to avoid doing further damage to her bow. She was escorted by 2 destroyers during this, and she lost 2 men in the attack. The shipyard workers worked day and night to repair Maryland at Pearl, and she was back up and running in just 34 days, departing on August 13th. She headed for the Solomon Islands with a large task force and anchored in Purvis Bay off Florida Island for 2 weeks, before she steamed for the Palaeo Islands on September 6th. She then joined Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf's Western Fire Support Group, and on September 12th she covered mine-sweeping operations as well as underwater demolition teams at the opening of the Battle of Peleliu. She again conducted shore bombardments during this time to support the landing craft as they approached the beaches on September 15th. The fighting was over 4 days later, which allowed Maryland to leave the area and head back to the Admiralty Islands by the end of the month. In early October, she was assigned to the 7th Fleet under Admiral Kincaid, and they sortied on the 12th of October. Maryland joined Task Group 77.2, which consisted of other battleships, including her newly repaired little sister, USS West Virginia, who had been given many upgrades and was looking for a fight. Sister, it's so good to see you, but you seem different. Oh, I am different, Maryland. I am so very different. What did they do to fix you? They made me stronger. The task group headed into Leyte Gulf on the morning of October 18th, and Maryland took up her position between red and white beaches, beginning bombardment ahead of the invasion, which started at 10 a.m. on October 20th. The beaches were secured very quickly, and then Maryland took up a different position in Leyte Gulf to guard the beaches against a Japanese counterattack by sea. Over the next several days, the Japanese launched many air raids to counter the incursion, and that included the first widespread use of kamikaze attacks. Several days into this, U.S. submarines in the South China Sea wound up spotting 2 Japanese forces on approach. This included 5 battleships steaming towards San Bernardino Strait, and another force of 4 Japanese carriers in northern Luzon. On October 24th, Maryland, West Virginia, Mississippi, Tennessee, California, and Pennsylvania sailed to the southern end of Leyte Gulf to protect the Surigao Strait, along with several cruisers, destroyers, and PT boats. On October 25th, well, it was during the Battle of Surigao Strait. We went over this when we talked about USS Pennsylvania, as well as USS West Virginia. The Japanese fleet, which included battleships Fuso and Yamashiro, led the Japanese advance into the strait, but the American forces had crossed the T, allowing for full broadsides from the battleships. They launched an ambush, which was headed off by USS West Virginia and her more advanced radar set. It allowed her to strike her targets on her first salvo. Levy, you can stop now. I think they're dead already. They're never dead enough! Levy, please, let these people burn! Torpedoes from the destroyers wound up sinking Fuso, and continued attacks by the task force also claimed Yamashiro, with the rest of the Japanese forces retreating while being pursued by Allied aircraft. It was a great victory for the Allies, and the last battleship versus battleship engagement in history. Once that was done, Maryland patrolled on the southern approaches to Surigao Strait until October 29th, when she then steamed for the Admiralty Isles for brief replenishment, and then resumed patrol duty around Leyte on November 16th, where she protected landing forces from continued air attacks. On November 29th, a kamikaze aircraft actually caught Maryland a bit by surprise and managed to hit her. This aircraft crashed into Maryland between turrets number 1 and 2, piercing the forecastle, main, and armored decks, as well as blowing a hole in the 4-inch steel. This caused extensive damage and started fires. 31 men were killed, and 30 were wounded in this attack, which also happened to destroy the medical department, though they were still able to use it to render first aid where needed. Despite the damage, Maryland stayed on task until December 2nd, when she was relieved of her duties, after which she sailed back to Pearl for repairs and arrived there on December 18th. She was fixed up and refitted over the next few months. She steamed for the Western Pacific on March 4th, 1945, arriving at Ulithi on March 16th. There, she would wind up joining the 5th Fleet and Rear Admiral Morton Deo's Task Force 54, which was preparing for the invasion of Okinawa. The fleet departed on March 21st. Maryland specifically was assigned targets on the southern coast of Okinawa to support a diversionary landing, which was a part of a strategy to distract Japanese forces away from the main landing on the west coast. The Japanese responded with several air raids, and 2 of Maryland's radar picket destroyers were struck by kamikaze planes, one of which, USS Luce, sank. On April 3rd, Maryland was moved to the West Coast invasion beaches to assist the cruiser Minneapolis in destroying several shore batteries. Following the land invasion, she remained on station to support the force off Bolo Point, with further artillery barrages on request. She remained on fire support duty until April 7th, when she then steamed north to intercept a Japanese surface force. Those ships, which included the famous Yamato, would wind up being ripped apart by U.S. air attacks that same day. Planes would sink 6 of the 10 ships, so Maryland never got involved in this particular fight. At dusk, a kamikaze that was loaded with a 551-pound bomb crashed into Maryland, striking the top of turret number 3 from the starboard side. This explosion completely destroyed the 20mm mounts and caused a very large fire. The ammunition there ignited from the heat, and that caused further casualties. 10 men were killed, with 37 being injured and 6 missing. Maryland still stubbornly remained on station for the next week to continue her artillery support while facing off against several more air raids. Fighting Mary's a stubborn old girl, isn't she? Turret number 3 was technically usable, but given the damage, they chose to keep it silent for the remainder of the mission. On April 14th, Maryland finally left the firing line at Okinawa and escorted several retiring transports. They wound up steaming via the Mariana Islands and Guam back to Pearl Harbor, and then she reached the Puget Sound Navy Yard at Bremerton on May 7th for a very extensive overhaul. All of her 5-inch guns were removed and replaced by 16 5-inch guns in new twin mounts. The light anti-aircraft armament was revised heavily to 40 Bofors 40mm guns in 10 quad mounts and 36 Oerlikon 20mm guns in 18 dual mounts. Although a different source actually states that Maryland had 44 40mm guns in 11 quad mounts and 44 20mm and 20 twin and a single quad mount. So there's some dispute over how many anti-aircraft guns she had, but she had a lot of them, I think, is really where we're at with it. Her armored conning tower was also removed and replaced by a very similar but lighter STS structure, with only 1.2 inches of armor to compensate for the extra weight that was gained during this particular refit. All those extra guns, as it turns out, were very, very heavy. Extra protection was added over the magazines, and turret top armor was raised to 7 inches. New double-layered anti-torpedo bulges were installed, which, while that was good for anti-torpedo purposes, also had a secondary purpose in the form of increasing the armored freeboard to again compensate for Maryland's increase in weight. She also received an SK-2 radar in place of her previous SK, and her main battery received new Mark 13 radars for fire control. Turret number 3 was also repaired, and crew quarters were even improved. These new modifications would make her mean as all heck, but well, I was about to say unfortunately, but I guess it's technically a good thing in the grand scheme of things. Maryland wouldn't be finished until August, and she left for her test runs just as Japan surrendered. And with the end of World War II, she would never have to use any of her new equipment. With the ceasing of hostilities, Maryland was now relegated to basically transport duty, joining the Operation Magic Carpet Fleet, which was a post-World War II operation to bring American military personnel home. During the remaining months of 1945, Maryland made 5 different voyages between the West Coast and Pearl Harbor, personally returning more than 8,000 servicemen to the United States. She arrived from her last voyage as a part of this operation in Seattle, Washington on December 17th, and she would enter Puget Sound Naval Shipyard on April 15th, 1946, to be placed in commission in inactive reserve on July 16th. She was officially decommissioned at Bremerton on April 3rd, 1947, but she was not scrapped immediately. She stayed there as a unit of the Pacific Reserve Fleet for over 10 years. Eventually, though, it was decided that all the Colorados would never need to be used again, and Maryland was sold for scrap to Lerner Company of Oakland, California on July 8, 1959. There wasn't much of her left remaining after that, but on June 2, 1961, the then governor of Maryland, J. Millard Tawes, dedicated a monument to the memory of USS Maryland and her crew. It's built of granite and bronze and incorporates Maryland's bell. That monument is located on the grounds of the State House in Annapolis. USS Maryland's story is one of steadfast dedication. She was forced to sit and watch at Pearl Harbor, trying to fight back to protect her fellow battleships, but then watched her cousin die for her and her little sister be gravely wounded. But Maryland kept up the fight, and even when she took hits herself, she still stayed in it. And for that, she should always be remembered. USS Tennessee was the lead ship of the Tennessee-class battleships, which were authorized for construction on March 3, 1915. Most of their design was pretty much the same as the previous New Mexico-class battleships, with the primary differences between them being that the Tennessees had larger bridges, greater elevation for their main battery turrets, as well as the relocation of the secondary battery to the upper deck. USS Tennessee was 624 feet, 190 meters long overall. She had a beam of 97 feet, 5 inches, 29.69 meters, and a draft of 30 feet 2 inches, 9.19 meters. She wound up displacing 32,818 tons as designed, and at full load, she'd displace 33,723 tons. For her power, she had 8 oil-fired Babcock and Wilcox boilers that were rated at 26,800 shaft horsepower, pushing her to a top speed of 21 knots, 24 miles per hour or 39 kilometers per hour. She had a cruising range of 8,000 nautical miles at a speed of 10 knots, and her crew numbered 57 officers and 1,026 enlisted men. As built, she was fitted with 2 Lattice masts, with spotting tops for the main gun battery. Speaking of the battery, she was armed with 12 14-inch guns and 4 3-gun turrets on her center line, placed in 2 super-firing pairs, forward and aft of her superstructure. These turrets were a bit different than previous examples of American battleships with triple turrets, as these new mounts allowed each barrel to elevate independently. The main batteries were actually modified while still under construction to allow for elevation up to 30 degrees. Her secondary battery consisted of 14 5-inch guns that were mounted in individual casemates, clustered in her superstructure amidships. And initially, she was supposed to have 22 of those guns, but further experiences during World War I showed that those guns were kind of unusable in anything but really calm seas, which were of course never guaranteed. The ocean does whatever she wants. So the unused casemates were plated over to prevent flooding, and the secondary battery was augmented with 4 3-inch guns. She also was fitted with 2 torpedo tubes, mounted submerged in her hull, 1 on each broadside. Her main armored belt was between 8 to 13.5 inches thick, while her main armored deck was up to 3.5 inches thick. Tennessee's keel was laid down on May 14, 1917, at the New York Naval Shipyard, and she was launched on April 30, 1919. Fitting out then commenced, and on June 3, 1920, she was commissioned into the fleet. Captain Richard H. Lay served as her first commanding officer, and she began her trials in the Long Island Sound, which lasted from the 15th to the 23rd of October. Obviously, given the dates, you may recognize that Tennessee did not participate in World War I, because it was, well, over. So, she appeared during the interwar period, and as such, not a lot was going on during this time. But she actually ran into a bit of trouble almost immediately. On October 30th, while she was moored in New York, one of her electric generators exploded and destroyed the turbine, which wounded 2 men. Repair work was completed, and they identified problems in the propulsion system that had to be corrected, which were. On February 26, 1921, she was underway again for further trials off Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. And then she went north, headed for Hampton Roads, Virginia, arriving there March 19th. After her guns were calibrated, she stopped for maintenance in Boston, and 2 of her 5-inch guns were actually removed, before she went to Rockland, Maine for full power trials. With her working up finally complete, she stopped in New York before steaming south, heading through the Panama Canal, and joining the Battleship Force Pacific Fleet in San Pedro, Los Angeles on June 17th. And throughout the 1920s and the 1930s, she participated in pretty much every fleet operation you can imagine when it came to training. Fleet problems, they were called. Between 1929 and 1930, she also had some modifications. Her 3-inch anti-aircraft guns, for example, were replaced with 8 5-inch guns instead. And the last iteration of the fleet problems was held in early 1940. But after that, President Franklin D. Roosevelt ordered that the battle force transfer their home port from San Pedro to Pearl Harbor in response to rising tension with Japan. Roosevelt was hoping that moving the fleet there would deter further Japanese expansion, and USS Tennessee steamed to the Puget Sound Navy Yard for repairs before moving to Pearl Harbor, and she arrived there on August 12th. There was another fleet problem scheduled for early 1941, but that was cancelled due to World War II being ongoing. We weren't involved yet, but we didn't want to be in the middle of an exercise if we got dragged into it unexpectedly. The Tennessee spent the rest of 1941 doing smaller scale training operations in the Pacific, and by December, she was anchored in Pearl Harbor with the rest of the fleet. On December 7, 1941, when the attack on Pearl Harbor began, Tennessee was in a really awkward position. If you've seen my earlier videos, you already know that the only battleship that got underway during the attack was Nevada. But Tennessee, even had she wanted to, had absolutely no way of doing that. She was literally surrounded by her fellow battleships. Her sister California was in sight beyond Maryland. Maryland was right in front of her, Arizona was right behind her, West Virginia was right next to her, and Oklahoma was diagonal to her. She wasn't going anywhere, but this did offer her some level of protection against the attack. The Japanese really had no effective way of hitting Tennessee with a torpedo, though they could slam those into USS West Virginia. When the attack started at around 7:55 in the morning, Tennessee's crew went to general quarters, and it took about 5 minutes for them to get her anti-aircraft guns into action, which is a pretty long time in the scope of this kind of attack. They did receive orders to get underway, but again, that probably wasn't going to happen. They did manage to get steam into her boilers, but by that time, the other battleships around her had received damage that made it so that they weren't going anywhere. West Virginia was torpedoed and sunk. Oklahoma capsized, and then Arizona exploded after being hit by an armor-piercing bomb that detonated in her magazines, which spilled burning fuel oil into the water. That explosion showered Tennessee with the burning oil, and she was quickly surrounded by fire, which was only made worse by oil that was leaking out of West Virginia. Tennessee was literally caught in an inferno and had no way of getting out. Maryland was pinned because of the capsized Oklahoma. Tennessee couldn't get past West Virginia, who was not going anywhere, nor could she go backwards because of Arizona. She was trapped. At 8:20, Japanese bombers did manage to hit Tennessee twice with bombs, both of which were converted large-caliber naval shells. And they were the same kind that had actually destroyed Arizona, but fortunately for Tennessee, neither one detonated properly. The first had partially penetrated the roof of Turret 3, failing to explode, but did send fragments into the turret and disabled one of the guns. The second bomb hit Turret 2's center gun barrel and did explode, which sent bomb fragments flying everywhere. One of those fragments killed the captain of West Virginia, Mervyn S. Bennion, who had walked out to the open bridge. That blast also disabled all 3 guns of that particular turret, but neither bomb inflicted serious damage on Tennessee. However, just to be safe, her magazines were flooded by the crew, as the fires that still surrounded her could pose a risk of possibly setting that off. By 10:30, her crew had managed to suppress the fires aboard her, but oil still burned in the water around her, and remained doing that for the following 2 days. They attempted to push the burning oil away from the ship by turning her screws at a speed of only 5 knots. And during the course of the battle, Tennessee's anti-aircraft gunners were credited with shooting down or assisting in the destruction of at least 5 Japanese aircraft. Tennessee would remain trapped in that spot until December 9th, when Maryland was pulled free. The work to get Tennessee out was finally completed by December 16th, and she was pulled slowly past West Virginia and Oklahoma, and then taken to the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard for repairs to at least render her seaworthy. While the bomb damage was relatively minor, the fires had actually managed to warp her hull plates, damage seams, and loosen rivets, all of which had to be fixed to make her watertight and allow her to set sail. But it did that fairly quickly. She headed out for Puget Sound, alongside USS Maryland and USS Pennsylvania, both of whom we've talked about before, and also managed to get out of Pearl relatively unscathed. As Tennessee left the harbor, she would have seen her stricken sister, USS California, who, while didn't die on that day, would have to undergo very serious repairs, leaving Tennessee, for the moment, the only sister of her namesake class, who was getting ready to take part in World War II. Tennessee reached Puget Sound on December 29th, where permanent repairs and a modernization were started. Portions of her hull and electrical wiring that had been damaged by the fire were replaced, and her aft lattice mast was taken off and swapped for a small tower instead. In place of her 50 caliber machine guns, she received a battery of 16 1.1-inch guns in quad mounts, and 14 20mm Oerlikon autocannons. She was also given new Mark 11 versions of her 14-inch guns that replaced the older Mark IV barrels. This work was completed by late February 1942, and she got underway on February 25th, alongside Maryland again, as well as USS Colorado. The trio headed to San Francisco, where they joined Task Force 1, commanded by Rear Admiral William S. Pye. They began a series of training maneuvers that lasted for several months to prepare for the coming campaigns in World War II. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Midway on June 5th, Pye did take his ships to sea to defend against a possible incursion by the Japanese fleet after its defeat in that battle, but by June 14th it was clear that wasn't going to happen. So Pye turned his task force back to San Francisco. Task Force 1 went again to sea on August 1st for more training, and later on that month, Tennessee escorted the carrier USS Hornet to Pearl Harbor, arriving there on August 14th. Hornet was actually on her way to the Guadalcanal campaign, but Admiral Chester Nimitz did not deploy Tennessee or the rest of Task Force 1 to that campaign because of the battleship's heavy use of fuel oil. At that time, the fleet only had 7 tankers available for operations, which wasn't enough to handle both the fast carrier force and the battleships. So Tennessee instead steamed back for Puget Sound for a major reconstruction, and during this time she would be reunited with her sister USS California, who had been salvaged from Pearl and was in Puget Sound to be thoroughly rebuilt and modernized. The Navy decided that since Tennessee wasn't actually needed for any operations at that point, that she should also be modernized similarly to what was planned for her sister. Work on Tennessee lasted nearly a year and saw her design radically altered. She was given new anti-torpedo bulges, and her internal compartmentalization was improved vastly to strengthen her resistance to underwater damage. Her superstructure was basically completely changed, with the old heavily armored conning tower being taken off and a smaller tower put in its place to reduce interference with the anti-aircraft guns' fields of fire. Tennessee's tower had actually been taken from one of the Brooklyn-class cruisers that had also been recently rebuilt. Her foremast was replaced with a tower mast that housed the bridge and the main battery director, and her second funnel was taken off too, with those boilers being trunked into an enlarged forward funnel instead. Horizontal protection was also considerably strengthened to improve her resistance to an air attack. 3 inches of special treatment steel, or STS, was added to her deck directly over her magazines, and 2 inches of STS was placed elsewhere. Her weapon suite was also overhauled. She was given air search radar and fire control radars for her main and secondary batteries, the latter of which was replaced by a uniform battery of 16 5-inch guns in 8 twin mounts. Those were controlled by 4 Mark 37 directors. The light anti-aircraft battery was also changed, and now consisted of 10 quadruple 40mm Bofors guns, and 43 20mm Oerlikons. The changes also doubled her crew size, to a total of 114 officers and 2,129 enlisted men. Her reconstruction was finally completed, and she returned to service on May 7th, 1943, absolutely decked out and armed to the teeth. Her crew was fresh, mostly comprising of recent enlistees, and they began trials off Puget Sound. On May 22nd, she departed for San Pedro to rejoin the fleet. On May 31st, USS Tennessee and the heavy cruiser Portland headed out of San Pedro, bound for Adak, Alaska, where they both arrived on June 9th. They were there to participate in the Aleutian Islands campaign. On arrival, Rear Admiral Howard Kingman, who was the commander of Battleship Division 2, came aboard Tennessee, and she joined Task Force 16, which had been organized to recapture the islands of Attu and Kiska from the Japanese. By the time she arrived, however, they'd already taken Attu, so Tennessee was tasked with patrolling for Japanese forces that might launch a counterattack. American radar operators, including the ones aboard Tennessee, actually repeatedly made false reports of enemy contacts in the fog because they weren't yet familiar with operating this new equipment. The supposed enemy contacts were in fact just distant land masses that appeared to be ships that looked much closer on the radar sets. Those false reports actually culminated in the Battle of the Pips in late July, which was less a battle and more of a shooting at nothing. It involved two battleships, USS Mississippi and USS Idaho. Fortunately, Tennessee was not involved in this shooting at nothing. On August 1st, Tennessee was given orders to approach Kiska and join the pre-invasion bombardment. At 13:10, she steamed into range alongside USS Idaho, as well as 3 destroyers. During her approach, she slowed and deployed paravanes from her bow to cut the mooring cables for any naval mines that might be in the area. And she launched her Vought OS-2U Kingfisher scout planes to spot where her shells were falling. By 16:10, she had closed to a distance of about 7,000 yards from the beach, and she opened fire with her 5-inch guns. But there was poor visibility at that time, so the Kingfishers could only do so much. But Tennessee opted to fire with her 14-inch guns anyway, at 16:24 to be precise. She fired 60 14-inch shells at the area of what had been a Japanese submarine base before checking her fire at 16:45, by which time visibility was even lower than it already had been. It was only getting harder to see. She recovered her Kingfishers, and she and the rest of the ships steamed back to Adak. 2 weeks after that, she was again sent to shell Kiska early in the morning of August 15th, now directly in support of landing ground forces. She opened fire at 5 a.m. and targeted Japanese coastal artillery batteries on Little Kiska Island. She then shifted her fire with her main battery to target anti-aircraft batteries on Kiska proper, while her 5-inch guns managed to set an artillery observation position on Little Kiska on fire. Following that bombardment, the soldiers landed, but discovered that the Japanese had already withdrawn from the island in July. There wasn't even anybody there. So Tennessee left the Aleutians and returned to San Francisco on the 31st of August, where she again conducted extensive training exercises. She replenished her ammunition and then departed for Hawaii for further battle training. From Hawaii, she would steam to New Hebrides, where the invasion fleet was preparing for operations in the Gilbert Islands. Once she was there, she participated in the Battle of Tarawa, as the first target of both the Gilbert and the Marshall campaign was the island of Betio, which was the main Japanese position on the Tarawa Atoll. Tennessee and Colorado provided extensive fire support as the Marines struggled to fight their way ashore. They had done a preparatory bombardment on the area, but it hadn't been sufficient to destroy Japanese beach defenses, which meant the Marines' job was that much more dangerous. The battleships did the best they could to support them, and then withdrew from the area at nightfall to reduce the risk of a submarine attack, before returning the next morning. They provided anti-aircraft support for the invasion fleet, and again shelled Japanese positions as Marines called in fire support requests. By the 22nd of November, the Japanese had been pushed back to a small defensive position on the eastern end of the island, and at 9:07 that morning, Tennessee began a 17-minute bombardment, during which she fired 70 14-inch shells and 322 rounds from her secondary guns. Later that same day, destroyers Fraser and Meade actually detected a submarine, I-35, and managed to force it to surface with depth charges. Tennessee's 5-inch guns joined those destroyers in engaging the submarine, and she scored several hits, before Frazier, who clearly felt the need to be the main character of this particular engagement, rammed the submarine, which caused I-35 to sink. Fighting ashore actually finally ceased the next day, November 23rd, but Tennessee remained on station until December 3rd to guard against a possible counterattack by the Japanese. The evening of that day, she got underway back towards Hawaii, and when she got there on December 15th, she again rejoined Colorado and Maryland for a voyage to San Francisco. While she was in California, she was given a coat of dazzle camouflage. Fancy. The next operation she would take part in was the assault on the Kwajalein Atoll, and that began on January 31st. Tennessee was paired up with USS Pennsylvania, as well as 2 destroyers, and they moved into positions about 2,900 yards from the atoll's twin islands of Roy Namur. Tennessee again sent up her Kingfishers at 6:25 and opened fire at 7:01, targeting pillboxes and other major defenses. Her fire was actually interrupted by a flight of carrier aircraft, which were engaged by Japanese anti-aircraft guns. When the American planes cleared out of the area, Tennessee resumed firing, and shelled the anti-aircraft guns. She had that fire up until noon, when she turned away and recovered her float planes to refuel them. With that job finished, she returned to her firing position and shelled Roy and Namur until 1700. When she withdrew to cover the escort carriers of the invasion fleet for the night. During the first day of the bombardment, Marines went ashore to 5 smaller islands to secure passage into the lagoon, and minesweepers ensured the entrance was clear. Tennessee, Colorado, as well as the cruisers Mobile and Louisville, steamed to their bombardment positions east of Roy and Namur on February 1st and resumed firing at 7:08. Before the Marines landed later that morning, ground forces finally hit the beaches at noon, and Tennessee and the other ships continued firing to support their advance until 12:45. Roy was quickly captured, but the Japanese on Namur put up a much stronger defense and weren't defeated till the following day. Tennessee steamed into the lagoon on February 2nd, where Vice Admiral Raymond Spruance and Rear Admiral Richard Connolly came aboard to meet with the Undersecretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, who was on board Tennessee. Forrestal would later disembark to inspect the battlefield directly. With Kwajalein under American control by February 7th, preparations for the move to Eniwetok, which was further west, began almost immediately. Tennessee steamed to Majuro, which had become the U.S. fleet's primary anchorage in that area. She replenished her fuel and ammo, and then returned to Kwajalein, where the invasion fleet was assembling. On February 15th, Tennessee, alongside Colorado and Pennsylvania, sortied in company with the invasion transports, and they were screened by the Fast Carrier Task Force. Only cruisers and destroyers conducted the initial bombardment on February 17th, while the minesweepers cleared the channel into the lagoon. At 9:15, Tennessee led the troop ships into the lagoon and approached the initial invasion target, which was the island of Engabi. She remained in the lagoon overnight, and at 7 o'clock the next morning, the preliminary bombardment began. Tennessee opened fire at 7:33, with the first wave of Marines landing at 8:44. The island was quickly secured, and forces immediately began to prepare to land at the other islands in the lagoon, primarily Eniwetok and Perry Island. Troops landed on Eniwetok after a short preparatory bombardment, and Tennessee spent most of February 18th anchored some 5,500 yards from there. She bombarded Japanese positions as the Marines forced their way across the island, and that night she fired star shells to illuminate the battlefield and prevent Japanese infiltrators from breaking through American lines. Even though the fight was still raging on Eniwetok, Tennessee was ordered to divert to support the landing on Perry, alongside Pennsylvania the following morning. She anchored just 900 yards from the beach, and then opened up a barrage of fire at 12:04 that continued throughout most of the day, and into the morning of February 22nd. She was interrupted only by the need to cease fire during air attacks to avoid hitting Allied aircraft. Between Tennessee and Pennsylvania, who we've already established really just hated islands, Perry was practically leveled. All of the structures and all of the trees were gone. Gone! And Tennessee was so close to the beach that she could use her 40mm anti-aircraft guns to attack Japanese defenses. At 8:52 on February 22nd, Tennessee checked her fire as the landing craft made their way to the beach, and then she again provided fire support to the Marines as they fought their way through the defenses. The island's garrison quickly fell, though, and it was secured that afternoon. Granted, there wasn't much of an island left after Tennessee and Pennsylvania got done with it, but, secured, we got it, America. And the heavy bombardment practices during the Eniwetok campaign resulted in American casualties that were significantly lower than those of Tarawa. Thus, that would become the standard practice going forward, to just blast these places into oblivion before sending troops there at all. The following day, Tennessee left for Majuro, where she joined up with battleships New Mexico, Mississippi, and Idaho to begin preparations for their next operation. Tennessee would sail alongside the 3 New Mexico-class battleships and depart on March 15th as part of a task group that included 2 escort carriers and 15 destroyers. Their target was the Japanese base at Conviang, which was in northern New Ireland, and part of the Bismarck archipelago. That attack was part of the final phase of Operation Cartwheel, which was a plan to isolate and neutralize the major Japanese base at Rabaul. Tennessee's unit raided Kavieng as a diversion, and while that was going on, a Marine force would land on Amurao, where an airfield would be built to complete the encirclement of Rabaul. They arrived off Kavieng on the morning of March 20th. There was poor visibility in the area from rain squalls and low clouds, but this was kind of a benefit because it masked their approach. At 7 a.m., Tennessee launched her Kingfishers, and about 2 hours later, the group had closed to about 15,000 yards. At 9:05, they opened fire, while steaming at a speed of 15 knots. They fired slowly to avoid wasting ammunition, since spotting shots was difficult in the weather. A coastal artillery battery took Tennessee under fire once she had closed to about 7,500 yards, but her secondary guns countered that as the Japanese gunners were working to find the range. The shells splashed pretty close to her starboard side, and she was straddled several times, and that forced her to increase speed to 18 knots and turn away to open the range, but she was never hit. She briefly ceased firing before re-engaging the artillery battery for 10 minutes. This seems to have worked, as no fire was further received from that particular spot. Tennessee and the other battleships, as well as the destroyers, cruised off Kavieng for another 3 hours and bombarded Japanese installations and coastal batteries, but the visibility really made this a lot more difficult than they wished it was. At 12:35, the American guns fell silent, and the ships withdrew. By the time that happened, the Marines had landed on Amurao, and it turned out it wasn't even defended by any Japanese forces. The Marines just walked on shore. Tennessee was then detached from the fleet to return to Pearl, and she arrived there on April 16th for maintenance in anticipation of the next major offensive in the Pacific, which would be codenamed Operation Forager, and it was the invasion of the Mariana Islands. The fleet was divided into 2 groups, Task Force 52, which was to attack Saipan and Tinian, and Task Force 53, which would be directed against Guam. Tennessee was part of Task Force 52, and under the command of Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf. And by this time, she was reunited with her lost sister, USS California. Fresh out of being rebuilt, she was also ready to go, and they were joined by Maryland and Colorado as well. They assembled at Hawaii in mid-May and conducted landing exercises off of Maui and Kahului, then steamed for the Marshalls. On June 10th, Task Force 52 sortied to begin the operation, and they arrived off Saipan 3 days later. At 4 a.m. on June 14th, Tennessee and the rest of the task force began the approach to their bombardment positions off the island, and they opened fire at 5:39. Tennessee in particular targeted beach defenses that were engaging the minesweepers that were trying to clear the lanes for the landing craft on the southwestern end of the island. She tried to suppress Japanese artillery batteries on Tinian that were engaging the bombardment group and had managed to score a hit on her sister, as well as the destroyer Brain. And I assure you, Tennessee was not going to watch her sister get horribly maimed again. She then shifted her attention to the landing zone, finally ceasing fire at 1331, and withdrawing from the area. She spent the night to the west of the island, just waiting. They hit her sister again. She's so over it now. In the early hours of June 15th, the invasion fleet moved into position, and at 4:30, they began the pre-landing bombardment. Tennessee, however, wound up holding her fire until 5:40, when she then unleashed a barrage of shells from her primary, secondary, and 40mm batteries at a range of 3,000 yards. She was firing everything, and all shooting ceased at 6:30 to allow the carrier aircraft to make their attacks for the next 30 minutes. They then resumed firing at 7 a.m. and continued for over an hour until the forces began to make their way ashore. As the Marines fought up the beach, Tennessee remained off the southern end of the landing zone, supplying supporting fire to help the advance. A battery of Japanese 4.7-inch guns that were hidden in a cave on Tinian opened fire on Tennessee and managed to hit her 3 times, one of which disabled one of her secondary turrets, though the other 2 did minimal damage and started a small fire. 8 men were killed and another 25 were wounded. But Tennessee still remained on station to support the Marines, only withdrawing that afternoon to make temporary repairs and protect the troop transports from the expected Japanese counterattack. She engaged a group of 4 dive bombers that did attack the fleet, but did not personally score any hits on them. She then returned to the invasion beat the following morning to resume providing fire support, which she continued until June 17th, to clear the way for American advances and to break up Japanese counter-assaults. By that point, Spruance had been informed the Japanese carrier fleet was approaching, so they had to reorient themselves to face that threat. Tennessee and the other older-style battleships moved to protect the invasion fleet transports, but the Japanese were defeated by Spruance's carrier force in the ensuing Battle of the Philippine Sea, and Tennessee did not participate in that. She refueled east of Saipan on June 20th, before returning to bombard the island some more. She left the Marianas on June 22nd and headed to Eniwetok, where she met up with the repair ship USS Hector for permanent repairs to the damage she had sustained. She remained there until July 16th, after which she got underway alongside her sister California to join the bombardment group for the invasion of Guam. They arrived off Guam 3 days later, and on the morning of July 20th, they joined the bombardment of the island. It had already started 12 days before. They blasted Japanese positions around the island throughout the whole day, and the next morning, they continued doing that exact thing. Really just not having it with these islands, guys. None of the battleships in the Pacific liked islands, is what I'm trying to say. Ground forces stormed the beaches, and then Tennessee withdrew later in the day to head to Saipan on July 22nd to get more ammo, because of course she needed that. Tinian was the next island to be attacked, and she arrived there early the next morning, as part of a diversionary bombardment meant to trick the Japanese as to where the landing was supposed to even happen at all. She shelled the southwest coast throughout the morning and afternoon, before withdrawing for the night. She returned to Tinian on July 24th, at that time cruising off the island's northwest coast in company with her sister. Together they unleashed a wall of shells from a range of around 2,500 yards between 5:32 and 7:47 a.m., at which point the Marines chose to make their assault on the beach. They remained on station through July 26 to provide support to the Marines as they battled the Japanese defenders. Together, the sisters flattened Tinian town with a barrage of 480 rounds from their main batteries and 800 rounds from their 5-inch guns. Tennessee then rotated out to Saipan on July 27th to get more ammo, before returning the next day, and then she once again had to go back for more ammo on July 29th. Do you see what's happening here? She's shooting a lot. She resumed bombardment duties on the 30th again, and that morning, one of her Kingfishers accidentally collided with a Marine OY-1 spotting plane, which caused both aircraft to crash and killed both crews. Fighting ashore continued until the following morning of July 31st, and at 8:30, Tennessee finally ceased firing. She stopped off again in Saipan and then headed to Guam, where that battle was still ongoing, and she provided fire support there until August 8th. After this, her next major operation would actually be the reconquest of the Philippines. However, High Command felt that if they secured the southern flank and captured the coastal roads first, they could use it as a staging area to make the actual main assault a lot easier. So the islands of Pelileo and Anguar would be invaded next, and Tennessee was assigned to help with Anguar. Early on September 12th, Tennessee, alongside Pennsylvania, 4 cruisers and 5 destroyers, began the preparatory bombardment. She first opened fire with her main and secondary guns at 6:42 at a range of 14,000 yards, and as Japanese defenses were destroyed throughout the morning, she managed to close to within 3,750 yards, spitting distance from shore for a battleship. At that point, her 40mm battery opened fire as well. She was ordered to destroy a large stone lighthouse to prevent the Japanese from using it as an observation post, and she did hit it 3 times, though it stubbornly refused to actually fall, so she shifted to other targets instead. Her efforts, combined with repeated airstrikes from the carriers, went on for 5 days. Minesweepers cleared the channels to the landing beach on the western coast of the island. During the bombardment on September 15th, Tennessee was actually detached to nearby Pelileo to help with the landing there. After that, she returned to Anguar and resumed bombardment duties. Tennessee had not forgotten about that stupid lighthouse, though. She took that a little personally, and she prepared to fire at it again, but the light cruiser Denver decided that at that point it was a good time to kill steal Tennessee, as she fired a barrage of 6-inch shells that did manage to topple the lighthouse. No sources indicate that Tennessee then followed this up by pointing her guns at Denver in a steaming rage, but I like to imagine she did. On September 17th, the Army's 81st Infantry Division did indeed storm the beaches, and Tennessee continued to provide fire support for the following 2 days. The American infantry actually encountered little resistance, and the Japanese garrison had been destroyed by September 20th, which allowed Tennessee to head to Coastal Roads, where she got more ammo because, yeah, she used it all. I don't know what you expected. On September 28th, she departed for Manus in the Admiralty Islands to begin preparations for operations in the Philippines, and there, Rear Admiral Theodore E. Chandler took over as commander of Battleship Division 2. Tennessee was a part of the 7th Fleet, which was commanded by Vice Admiral Thomas Kincaid. That fleet carried 2 Army corps that were supposed to land on the eastern coast of Leyte. Tennessee, California, and Pennsylvania were all assigned to support the corps that were landing at Dulag, and they formed part of the bombardment group that was still under Oldendorf's command. Minesweeping operations were carried out to clear paths into Leyte Gulf, and early the following morning, Oldendorf sent his force into the Gulf shortly after 6 a.m. They were moving very slowly since the minesweepers weren't actually done clearing the area yet, and they reached their bombardment positions in the early hours of October 19th at 6:45. Tennessee began her bombardment, which lasted throughout the whole day, and actually prompted very little Japanese response, apart from a single bomber that didn't actually manage to hit anything, so it was a little inconsequential. By nightfall, the ships did withdraw and took up their night stations outside the Gulf. They moved back in the following morning. Tennessee resumed firing at 6 a.m., initially shooting the beaches where the landing craft were to go ashore later that same day. 3.5 hours later, the invasion began, and when the troops reached shore, Tennessee shifted fire further inland to disrupt Japanese counterattacks and prepare the way for ground troops to move forward. The landing did trigger the Japanese High Command to initiate Operation Shogo 1, which was a bit of a complicated counterattack that involved 4 separate fleets converging on the Allied invasion fleet in order to destroy it entirely. While the Japanese forces made their way to the Philippines, though, Tennessee continued to operate off the beachhead, but Japanese shore resistance didn't really require heavy fire support. However, increased air attacks did keep Tennessee pretty busy, providing anti-aircraft defense to the fleet. On the night of October 21st, a transport named Warhawk accidentally rammed into Tennessee while she was inside of a smokescreen. Tennessee was alright though. She had no damage and there were no injuries. Warhawk, on the other hand, had significant damage to her bow, but she was able to stay afloat. There wasn't really much to report regarding operations for the next several days, beyond October 24th, when Tennessee's commander received word that the Japanese fleet was expected to attack that night. Thus we enter the Battle of Surigao Strait, in which Japanese naval forces approached the area. Oldendorf's ships had to prepare for action at the exit of the Surigao Strait, and he had 6 battleships, 8 cruisers, and 28 destroyers under his command. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Shoji Nishimura's Southern Force steamed through the Surigao Strait to attack the invasion fleet in Leyte Gulf. His force comprised Battleship Division 2, including the battleships Yamashiro and Fuso, the heavy cruiser Mogami, and 4 destroyers. Kiyohide Shima's secondary striking force was also there, which included the heavy cruisers Nachi and Ashigara, as well as light cruiser Abakuma and 4 more destroyers. Nishimura's flotilla passed through the straits on the night of October 24th, but they came under attack by American PT boats, followed up by destroyers, which began the battle. One of those destroyers managed to torpedo Fuso and did disable her, though Nishimura continued onwards regardless. Observers aboard Tennessee spotted the flashes in the distance as the light American craft attacked Nishimura's force, and at 3:02 a.m., her search radar picked up the enemy ships at a range of 44,000 yards. Oldendorf gave the order to open fire at 3:51, and West Virginia, who had a more advanced radar, fired first and managed to strike her target on the first salvo. She was followed up by Tennessee and California, who concentrated their fire on Yamashiro, though the other American battleships present did have some trouble locating a target and fired a lot less. Pennsylvania didn't even shoot at all, probably because these were ships and not islands, and Pennsylvania only shoots at islands, okay? Tennessee fired 6 gun salvos in an attempt to conserve her limited stock of armor-piercing shells. Yamashiro and Mogami were hit several times and suffered severe damage. At 4 a.m., Mogami and then Yamashiro turned to retreat, both on fire, and initially they were going to chase them down, but Tennessee's little sister got a little bit confused regarding the orders here. She was told to turn 1-5, which meant to turn 150 degrees, but California's captain read it as an instruction to turn only 15 degrees, thus resulting in her turning out of position, passing across Tennessee's bow. California's command did realize their mistake pretty quickly and turned hard to starboard, while Tennessee did her own maneuvering to avoid hitting her sister, and they managed to avoid each other, but barely. And during the confusion, California masked Tennessee and blocked her from firing for several minutes. At 4:08, Tennessee did fire one last shot at the fleeing Japanese, but by that time, several torpedoes had been launched by the Japanese vessels and were approaching the American line, though none struck the battleships. In the course of 12 minutes of shooting, Tennessee, in particular, had fired 69 armor-piercing shells. This would also be the last time that there would ever be a battleship-on-battleship engagement in history. While this was going on, the main Japanese fleet, the Central Force under Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita, had actually passed through the San Bernardino Strait under the cover of darkness, and did arrive on October 25th. Those Japanese battleships and cruisers attacked Taffy 3, which was a smaller force of escort carriers and destroyers, resulting in the battle off Samar. The commander of Taffy 3, Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, made urgent calls for help, and Oldendorf immediately turned his ships northward to assist, but while they were en route, they came under Japanese air attack. And by the time they arrived on the scene, Takeo Kurita had turned his ships around, because Taffy 3 was not playing. The destroyers had fought back so fiercely, even though they were outnumbered, that Kurita had ordered his ships to disengage, and he actually thought that they were facing a far more powerful fast carrier task force rather than escorts. After the battle, Oldendorf was actually promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral and made the commander of Battleship Squadron 1, with Tennessee remaining on as his flagship, though she would see very little activity over the following days, apart from assisting with anti-aircraft duties. The ships received orders on October 29th to leave the Philippines for a thorough overhaul at the Puget Sound Navy Yard. She headed out with West Virginia, Maryland, as well as 4 other cruisers, and during a stopover in Pearl Harbor, Admiral Nimitz did visit the ship and personally congratulated the crew on their hard work in the preceding campaigns. Tennessee reached Puget Sound on November 26 and entered the dry dock. In addition to regular maintenance, she was given updated fire control radars, including new versions of the Mark 8 radar for her main battery, as well as Mark 12 and Mark 22 systems for her secondary battery. The new SP radar, which is capable of determining the height of aircraft in addition to general position, was installed to enhance her anti-aircraft capabilities, and her dazzle camouflage was painted over with a just regular dark gray that was meant to make her a little less obvious to kamikaze pilots who had started to become very prevalent in their particular activities. Work on her was completed in early 1945, and on February 2nd, she got underway to rejoin the war. She took part in the invasion of Iwo Jima, joining the bombardment force that was now under the command of Rear Admiral William Blandy. The ships reached Iwo Jima early on February 16th and dispersed around the island to their firing location, but there was poor visibility from rain squalls. That made it a lot more difficult for them to get a clear shot at some things. They only fired intermittently throughout the day, from about 7:07 in the morning, as Blandy had directly ordered his ships to shoot only when their spotter aircraft could actually see the impacts to avoid wasting any ammunition. Tennessee was supposed to shell the southeastern corner of the island, as well as Mount Suribachi, where the Japanese had installed a battery of 4 large-caliber guns that she was supposed to neutralize. The weather had improved significantly by February 17th, and that permitted the ships to far more effectively target the Japanese defenses. Tennessee, along with Idaho, as well as Nevada, opened fire at a range of 10,000 yards, before closing to just 3,000, dropping repeated shells on various targets around the island for about 2 hours before they broke off at 10:25. Underwater demolition teams were then sent in to clear beach obstacles, and the Japanese actually interpreted that as the main landing, which it was not at all. Dozens of artillery pieces then came out of their protective caves and bunkers to engage the demolition teams, which forced them to withdraw, but it meant that the bombardment group could now see where the Japanese were, and they started firing on those guns. Tennessee then took wounded men from 3 of the demolition team's gunboats to treat them in her sickbay. She kept up the bombardment throughout February 18th, and over 2 days of shelling, she destroyed numerous pillboxes, an ammunition dump, as well as setting some parts of the island on fire. The next morning, troop transports arrived off the island to begin preparations for the actual landing, and Tennessee and the rest of the bombardment group were reinforced by the fast battleships USS North Carolina and Washington, as well as 3 cruisers. They then began firing with very slow and deliberate shots on the landing beaches. The shooting was then interrupted by a carrier strike, but after that, the bombardment group took up a much heavier pace of firing. Just as the Marines were about to hit the beach at 9 a.m., the ship's main batteries stopped shooting entirely, and the secondary batteries employed a rolling barrage to clear a path for them. The Marines called on Tennessee, as well as the other ships, to knock out Japanese defenses as they tried to move forward, and she remained off the island for 2 weeks, providing fire as requested from the Marines and launching star shells at night so they could continually see the enemy. She was called on quite often to suppress hidden Japanese guns as they attempted to attack the various support ships, and they also experimented a bit with using telescopic sights to aim guns individually, which actually proved to be remarkably effective in destroying point targets, like Japanese artillery positions. On March 7th, Tennessee finally withdrew from the area, after firing around 1,370 shells from her main battery, 6,380 shells from her secondary battery, and 11,000 481 shells from her 40mm guns. Fighting still raged on Iwo Jima until March 26, but the fleet had to begin preparations for the next assault against Okinawa. So Tennessee sailed to the major staging area at Ulithi to replenish ammunition because, I wonder why, and she joined the invasion fleet for that operation, which consisted of 600 American and British ships. They got underway on March 21st and steamed to the Ryukyu Islands. Their first targets were the Kurama Islands, which was a very small group of islands that was only being seized to provide an advanced staging area for the main assault on Okinawa. The bombardment group now included Colorado, Maryland, West Virginia, New Mexico, Idaho, Nevada, as well as New York, Texas, and Arkansas. That's a lot of battleships. Along with 10 cruisers and 32 destroyers. They arrived off the islands 5 days later. The battleships opened fire at long range, since the minesweepers hadn't actually cleared the area yet. The following day, a group of kamikazes actually did strike the fleet and damage several ships, and those types of attacks would continue over the course of the Okinawa campaign. One plane did crash near Tennessee, but did no damage. After the routine pre-invasion bombardment, the main landing on Okinawa occurred on April 1st, 1945. But unlike previous assaults, the Marines faced no opposition early in the operation, which was very suspicious. Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima had actually withdrawn the bulk of his 100,000-strong army to the southern two-thirds of the island, where the hilly terrain favored defense, and rather than engaging in artillery duels with the battleships, which at this point he thought was kind of a losing situation, he had his artillery batteries hold fire until the Marines had come further inland. The intention of his strategy was to delay the invasion for as long as reasonably possible, thereby keeping the fleet pinned in place for the kamikazes that had been massed in the home islands for this purpose. On April 12th, the Japanese launched a major strike on the fleet, and Tennessee came under attack by 5 different aircraft which were diving from high altitude, all of which were shot down before they could hit the ship, but they had diverted attention skyward, which allowed an Aichi D-3A Val dive bomber to head in at lower altitude, flying straight for Tennessee's bridge. Her light anti-aircraft battery did open up on the D-3A and damaged it, but not enough to prevent it from crashing into the signal bridge at about 1450. That impact destroyed a 40mm mount, fire directors for the 20mm guns, and sent burning aviation fuel all over the place. The plane had also carried a 250-pound bomb that did penetrate the deck and explode. This attack would kill 22 and wound another 107. But it wasn't enough to convince Tennessee to leave the area. Later that night, however, both her and Idaho came under attack by a submarine. They narrowly avoided the torpedoes in the dark, and an evacuation transport named Pinckney took Tennessee's wounded, and the dead were buried at sea the following day. After they completed the emergency repairs the ship needed, she returned to the firing line on April 14th, remaining there for the next 2 weeks. Deo then transferred one of the cruisers on May 1st, which allowed Tennessee to detach for repairs at Ulithi, which were carried out by repair ship Ajax. Damaged plating in her superstructure was cut away and replaced, and she was given new anti-aircraft guns that were installed in place of those that had been destroyed. She was back underway by June 3rd, and she returned to Okinawa 6 days later. By that point, though, the campaign was in its final stage, and the kamikaze force had been expended. The Marines and soldiers had begun the final push to conquer the southern part of the island, where the last organized resistance still held out. Tennessee added her guns to the effort there over the following days, and bombarded Japanese positions until June 21st, when the island was finally declared secure. Oldendorf by this point had been promoted to Vice Admiral, and he was placed in command of all naval forces in the area, and he made Tennessee his flagship. On June 23rd, she embarked on a series of patrols in the East China Sea, searching for Japanese shipping to try to cut off supply lines to the home islands. from the 26th to the 28th of July, she took part in a raid into the Yangtze estuary off Shanghai, China, while escort carriers launched strikes against Japanese positions still in occupied China. Oldendorf's ships, including Tennessee, launched a raid on Wake Island before returning to the East China Sea, where the ships remained until the war ended in August. When Japan surrendered, they were in the middle of preparing for the invasion of Japan, but fortunately, that would never occur. Tennessee was then tasked with covering the landing of occupation troops at Wakayama, Japan, and arrived there on September 23rd. She then steamed to Yokosuka, where her crew inspected one of the Japanese fleet's main naval bases. On October 16th, she departed for Singapore, where Oldendorf transferred to the cruiser USS Springfield, and from there, Tennessee crossed the Indian Ocean, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and steamed up into the Atlantic, into the Philadelphia Navy Yard. She went all the way around the world instead of going back to California. She reached there on December 7th. This was done because she couldn't actually go through the Panama Canal anymore. Her 1943 rebuild, which added the anti-torpedo blisters, had increased her beam too greatly to fit through the canal. In the course of the war, Tennessee had fired a total of 9,347 shells from her main battery, 46,341 shells from her 5-inch guns, and more than 100,000 shells from her anti-aircraft battery. She was given 10 battle stars for her service. On December 8th, she was assigned to the Philadelphia group of the 16th Fleet, which was an inactive formation. The Navy had begun a major reduction in force following the war, and Tennessee was by that point nearing 30 years old. Many of the battleships were starting to be seen as old hat, and she wasn't even a fast battleship, she was a super dreadnought. But the Navy felt she could still be very useful, so she was assigned to the reserve fleet in 1946 instead of being immediately scrapped. She had to be preserved to remain in good condition while in reserve, but there were a large number of vessels that needed that kind of work. And that slowed the process to the point that Tennessee wasn't actually ready to be formally decommissioned until February 14, 1947. She then remained laid up in reserve for 12 years. But by that point, the Navy had realized that the old-style battleships just could not cut it on the modern battlefield. Fast battleships still stuck around for quite a bit, at least where the American Navy was concerned, but not the dreadnoughts. So on the 1st of March, 1959, she was stricken from the Naval Vessel Register, and then sold for scrap to Bethlehem Steel on July 10th. She was towed to Baltimore, Maryland on July 26th, and was broken up. Her bell is still preserved, however, and on display in Huntsville, Tennessee, at the Museum of Scott County. And talk about a career. From Pearl Harbor to Okinawa, Tennessee always kept busy. Whether it be protecting her only sister or supporting our landing forces, you could always count on Tennessee to be there. And for that, she absolutely always deserves to be remembered.
USS Nevada, or BB-36, was actually the third United States Navy ship to be named after the 36th state, Nevada, and she was the lead ship of the Nevada class of battleship. Alongside her sister, Oklahoma, they were the first U.S. Navy standard-type battleships. It took advantage of triple gun turrets, oil in place of coal for fuel, geared steam turbines for their drive that could provide greater range, as well as the all-or-nothing armor principle. This principle basically means that most, if not all, of the armor is concentrated around the critical parts of the ship. This means it's very difficult to actually disable or sink the boat, while non-critical areas receive next to no armor. It sounds weird, but it was proven to be kind of effective, at least back then. Well, the Nevada took a while to be able to really show her stuff. She was an impressive boat for her time, obviously. Ordered on the 4th of March 1911, laid down on the 4th of November 1912, and officially launched on the 11th of July 1914. She was finally commissioned by the 11th of March 1916, and did participate with the United States entry into World War I. However, much like the Utah, she didn't really wind up doing much to anything during that war. She actually worked with her sister Oklahoma and the Utah as a part of the Bantry Bay Squadron. unofficially. Officially, they were Battleship Division 6, but that's not nearly as fun a name. And they were under the command of Rear Admiral Thomas S. Rogers. Utah was his flagship, and the job was to escort large convoys bound for the British Isles to ensure that no German heavy surface ships could actually, blow them up. But by that point in World War I, there wasn't a lot of naval conflict, and the Nevada didn't see any action during that war. During the interwar period, she was given some upgrades and operated mostly as an escort for VIPs and things of that nature. Nothing particularly exciting happened during this time, though she did wind up as a part of the Pacific Fleet during that era. And that brings us to December 6, 1941. It was a Saturday, and all the Pacific Fleet's battleships were in port for the weekend for the first time since the 4th of July. Under normal circumstances, they actually took turns spending time in port. 6 would be out at a time with Vice Admiral William S. Pye's Battleship Task Force 1. 3 others would be sent out with Vice Admiral William Halsey Jr.'s Aircraft Carrier Task Force. But because Halsey could not afford to take the slower battleships with his fast carriers on his dash to reinforce Wake Island's Marine Detachment, and because it was Pye's turn to rest in port, none of the battleships were sailing on that morning. And when the sun came up over the Nevada on the 7th, the ship's band began playing morning colors. But then planes appeared on the horizon, and the attack on Pearl Harbor began. Now, Nevada's position was actually rather unique compared to the rest of the battleships in Battleship Row that day. She was not moored alongside another battleship off Ford Island at the time. So unlike all the rest, she was able to maneuver. Her commanding officer, Francis W. Scanlon, was actually ashore when the attack began. The officer on deck was one Ensign Joe Taussig. Taussig was a disciplined fellow, and very critical when it came to efficiency. He had earlier that morning already ordered that a second of Nevada boilers fired. The reason for this is that he planned on switching the power load from one boiler to the other, around 800. But when the attack happened, this meant that Nevada actually had 2 of her boilers going. Taussig was also generally in charge of the anti-aircraft batteries on board the Nevada, and they were able to get a hold of some ammo and start firing. Her engineers raised the steam pressure, but before she could really get underway, a single 18-inch Type 91 Mod 2 torpedo slammed into her against frame 41 about 14 feet above the keel at 8:10. It had been dropped by a Kate torpedo bomber, or a Nakajima B-5N, but the same bomber that dropped the torpedo was then shot down by Nevada's gunners. The torpedo bulkhead held, but leaking began through the joints, and that caused flooding on the port side, causing a list of about 4 to 5 degrees. Damage control corrected the list by counterflooding, and Nevada got underway by 8:40. Her gunners by that point had shot down 4 planes. All this was partially due to Taussig's efficiency, but he was wounded in the attack, and actually refused to leave his post until he was physically dragged away by his own men, which would be funny if not for the fact that his wounds were bad enough that he wound up having one of his legs amputated. When the second attack wave arrived, Nevada became a prime target because she was the one battleship that was moving. The Val dive bombers, also known as Aichi D-3A Type 99 carrier bombers, began attempting to hit her with their ordnance, partially because they thought they could block the channel and therefore seal the harbor off if they sank her. But target selection was wrong about this for a variety of reasons. For one thing, the dive bombers attacking her would have basically no chance of sinking a battleship like this with their 250 kilogram bombs. They just weren't gonna be enough. On top of that, the channel had a width of 1,200 feet. The Nevada alone would not be enough to block the harbor off. But still, they attacked anyway. She steamed past 1010 dock at about 0950 and was struck by 5 bombs. One hit the crew galley, another the port director platform, yet another one hit near the number 1 turret inboard from the port waterway, and 2 of them struck the forecastle near frame 15. One passed through the other side of the second deck before exploding, but the other exploded within the ship near the gasoline tank. This was really bad because leakage and vapors from this tank cause intense fires around the ship. And this in particular probably would have caused way more critical damage if not for the fact that Nevada's main magazines for her big guns had been empty at the time. The reason for this is that all the battleships were in the process of exchanging out their standard weight main battery projectiles for new, heavier projectiles that offered greater penetration. All of the old projectiles and powder charges had been removed from the magazines of Nevada at the time, and the crew had taken a break after loading the new projectiles in anticipation of loading the new powder charges on Sunday. They never got around to this before the attack happened, so Nevada was likely spared from a very devastating explosion. Despite the bombs not really being able to sink Nevada outright, she was starting to take on water from being repeatedly pelted with the things, and they were worried she would sink in deeper water and not be able to be raised like many of the other battleships would be. So instead she was ordered to be grounded off Hospital Point at 10:30. To accomplish this, she was helped by a tugboat called Hoga, as well as a minesweeper called Avocat. And even before she did that, she forced down 3 more planes. Once she was safely grounded, damage control continued to try to deal with the flooding, but the gasoline fires prevented them from containing it forward of the main torpedo defense system. The flooding of the main magazine and counter-flooding to keep the ship stable lowered the bow, allowing water to enter the ship at the second deck level. Nevada had a lack of watertight subdivision between the second and main decks from frame 30 to frame 115, and this allowed water that was entering through the bomb holes in the forecastle to flow aft through the ship's ventilation system and to flood the dynamo and boiler rooms. As a result, despite being grounded, she slipped off and partially sank, but could easily be refloated later. 60 men on board her had been killed, and 109 had been wounded. Even during the recovery operation, 2 more died on the 7th of February 1942 when they were overcome by hydrogen sulfide gas from decomposing paper and meat on board the Nevada. At minimum, she absorbed 6 bomb hits and at least 1 torpedo hit, but it's believed that as many as 10 bomb hits could have been received. However, by the 12th of February 1942, under the command of Captain L. Thompson, Nevada was refloated and underwent temporary repairs at Pearl Harbor so she could get to Puget Sound Navy Yard for major repairs and modernization. She again received a new captain, Howard F. Kingman, and the entire overhaul was completed in October 1942. And it sufficiently changed her appearance, so she slightly resembled a South Dakota class from a distance. On the 25th of January 1943, she was given another new captain, Willard A. Kitts, and she sailed for Alaska, where she provided fire support from the 11th to the 18th of May 1943 for the capture of Attu, which is a story that's often overlooked when it comes to the overall battles of World War II, but it's an interesting one I might talk about some other time. After that, Nevada departed for Norfolk Navy Yard in June for further modernization. Now, Nevada was an older style battleship, obviously, and it was thought she might be better served in the Atlantic theater when compared to the Pacific. So she was sent over there for convoy duty to guard against the chance that a German capital ship might head out to sea on a raiding mission. Kind of like what the Bismarck tried to do and didn't. She did a ton of convoy runs, and then she sailed for the United Kingdom to prepare for the Normandy invasion, D-Day, arriving in April 1944, with Captain Pal M. Rhea in command. Her floatplane artillery observer pilots were temporarily reassigned to Voss 7 and flew Spitfires with the Royal Navy, which had to be an interesting change of pace for them. Rear Admiral Morton Dio wound up choosing the Nevada as flagship for the D-Day operation. During the invasion, Nevada was to support forces that were sent ashore by firing volleys from her main guns against shore defenses on the Cherbourg Peninsula. The shells from her guns were ranged as far as 17 nautical miles, and it was meant to break up German concentrations and counterattacks. She was actually straddled by counter-battery fire at least 27 times, but never took a hit. The ship was later praised for being incredibly accurate in her fire support. Some of the targets she struck were just 600 yards from the front lines. Additionally, Nevada is recognized as the only battleship that was present at both Pearl Harbor and the Normandy landings. After that, she was sent to southern France, towards Toulon, for another amphibious assault that was codenamed Operation Dragoon. She was one of 5 battleships as part of this operation, alongside the Texas, Arkansas, the British Ramillies, and the Free French Lorraine. There were also 3 heavy cruisers, Augusta, Tuscaloosa, and Quincy, as well as a ton of destroyers and landing craft. From the 15th of August to the 25th of September 1944, Nevada dueled with what the Allies called Big Willie. It was a reinforced fortress with 4 340mm guns and 2 twin turrets. These guns had actually been taken from the French battleship Provence after she was scuttled by the French fleet at Toulon. They had a range of nearly 19 nautical miles, and they were fortified with heavy armor plate embedded into the rocky sides of the island of Saint Mandrier. Due to this problem, the fire support ships assigned to the operation were ordered to level that fortress. Beginning on the 19th of August and continuing through the subsequent days, one or more heavy warships bombarded the fortress in conjunction with low-level bomber strikes. In particular, on the 23rd, a bombardment force that was headed by the Nevada struck what was known as the most damaging blow to the fort during a 6.5-hour battle. Nevada herself would fire 354 salvos during that time, and Toulon finally fell on the 25th, though the fort, despite being in absolute tatters, held out for another 3 days. After this impressive display, Nevada was told to head back to New York to have her gun barrels realigned. The three 14-inch/45 caliber guns of Turret 1 were replaced with Mark 8 guns that were taken from one of the lost battleships of Pearl Harbor, Arizona. After this, she was sent back to the Pacific as the European conflict was slowly devolving into a land war, and a heavy battleship like Nevada wouldn't be able to do much in. But the Pacific was still very much a naval conflict, and she arrived off Iwo Jima on the 16th of February 1945. She supported the invasion of Iwo Jima with heavy bombardments, and she moved to be within 600 yards from the shore to provide maximum firepower for the troops that kept advancing. On the 24th of March 1945, she joined Task Force 54 to supply more fire support off Okinawa. She shelled Japanese airfields, shore defenses, supply dumps, and troop concentrations, but by the night of the 24th of March, the support ships retired for the evening. It was only that morning that they were attacked by 7 kamikaze planes. One plane, though it was hit repeatedly by anti-aircraft fire, crashed into the main deck of Nevada, next to turret number 3. This impact killed 11 men and wounded 49. It knocked out both the 14-inch guns that were in that turret as well as 3 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Another 2 men were lost to fire from a shore battery on the 5th of April. Despite the damage, she remained offshore of Okinawa until the 30th of June, and then she departed to join the 3rd Fleet from the 10th of July to the 7th of August. This allowed Nevada, interestingly, to come within range of the Japanese home islands as the war drew to a close, but she never bombarded them for obvious reasons. She was used during occupation duty in Tokyo Bay, briefly, and then returned with her final commanding officer, Captain Cecil C. Adele, to Pearl Harbor, where her journey in World War II had actually begun. She was surveyed, and at 32.5 years old, she was simply deemed too old to be kept in the post-war fleet. As a result, much like the Utah, she was assigned to be a target ship, but not just any target ship. She was to be used in the first Bikini atomic experiments. These were some atomic bomb tests conducted by the United States between 1946 and 1958 on Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. 23 nuclear weapons occurred at 7 different test sites on the reef itself, on the sea, in the air, and underwater. The Nevada was to be a target for a nuclear bomb, as the military wanted to determine the effectiveness of the A-bomb versus ships. In addition, she was to be the target for the very first test, which was codenamed Able, and used an air-dropped bomb. Nevada was painted a reddish-orange to make her very distinctive from the rest of the boats down there. However, there was a bit of a flub in dropping the ordnance, and the bomb fell about 1,700 yards, or 1,600 meters, off target, instead exploding above the attack transport Gilliam. Nevada wound up surviving an atomic bomb blast because of this, but then she would be used for the second test, Baker, which was a detonation some 90 feet below the surface of the water. You'd think taking 2 atomic bombs that exploded within spitting distance might actually sink the Nevada. Absolutely not. She remained afloat even after Baker, though she was damaged, and by this point, rather radioactive, which was not good. After that, they actually towed her back to Pearl Harbor and officially decommissioned her on the 29th of August, 1946. They did examine her a bit more after she managed to survive. I repeat this, 2 atomic bombs, and I assume they did this carefully because, radiation. But afterwards, the Iowa, as well as 2 other vessels, used Nevada as a practice gunnery target, 65 miles northwest of Pearl Harbor on the 31st of July 1948. Despite this, apparently the Nevada was not going anywhere, because even fire from these ships still didn't sink her, and the Navy wound up giving her a coup de grace from an aerial torpedo that hit amidships. She slipped beneath the waves, as stubborn in death as she had been in life. One of her guns, the ones that were originally mounted on Arizona, are paired with a gun formerly on Missouri at the Wesley Bolin Memorial Plaza just east of the Arizona State Capitol Complex in downtown Phoenix. It's part of a memorial representing the start and the end of the Pacific War for the United States. And on the 11th of May, 2020, it was announced that a joint expedition by Ocean Infinity with its ship, the Pacific Constructor, and the Operations Center of Search Inc., headed by Dr. James Delgado, had discovered Nevada's wreck. She's located at a depth of about 15,400 feet, or 4,700 meters, off the coast of Hawaii and about 65 nautical miles southwest of Pearl Harbor. She's upside down, with the main hull carrying scars of the shell fire and torpedo hits she absorbed. Nearby is a large debris field where her turrets lay, likely falling off the ship as she capsized, as well as the bow and the stern, both of which were torn free. Archaeologists also documented the two tripod masts, portions of the bridge, sections of the deck and superstructure, and one of 4 tanks, as well as an M26 Pershing, placed on the deck for the atomic bomb tests. When she was found, the hull was still painted, and the number 36 was visible on the stern. It's perhaps a rather sad end for a ship that for a long time was viewed as the ship that wouldn't sink.
USS California, or BB-44, was the second of the 2 Tennessee-class battleships that were authorized on March 3, 1915. They were basically identical to the preceding New Mexico class, but they had enlarged bridges, greater elevation for the main battery turrets, as well as a relocation of the secondary battery to the upper deck. California, the baby sister of the pair, was 624 feet long, had a beam of 97 feet 5 inches, and a draft of 30 feet 2 inches. She displaced 32,800 tons, as designed, and 33,720 tons at full load. She got her power from 8 oil-fired Babcock and Wilcox boilers that were rated at 26,800 shaft horsepower and could push her to 21 knots. She had a cruising range of 8,000 nautical miles at a speed of 10 knots, and her crew numbered 57 officers and 1,026 enlisted men. Her initial design gave her 2 lattice masts with spotting tops for the main gun battery. The battery consisted of 12 14-inch guns and 4 3-gun turrets on the center line, placing 2 super-firing pairs forward and aft of her superstructure. Differing early iterations of triple turrets on American battleships, California's mounts actually allowed each barrel to elevate independently, and her secondary battery consisted of 14 5-inch guns that were mounted in individual casemates, clustered around the superstructure amidships. She was supposed to have 22 of these initially, but experiences during World War I showed that they wouldn't be able to use some of those in anything but calm seas, so they were removed from the design, and the spare casemates were plated over to keep them from flooding the ship. She also had 4 3-inch guns, and she was fitted with 2 21-inch torpedo tubes mounted submerged in the hull, 1 on each broadside. Her armored belt was between 8 and 13.5 inches thick, and her main armored deck was up to 3.5 inches thick. USS California was laid down on October 25, 1916, at the Mare Island Naval Shipyard in, California, actually. She was built in her namesake state. She would be launched November 20th, 1919, and officially commissioned August 10th, 1921, just in time for the period of there's nothing going on for a battleship, get ready for a ton of training missions, you knew this was going to happen. Yes, the interwar period. But she did join the battle fleet and served as its flagship from the very start. And on top of partaking in many training exercises, including joint Army-Navy maneuvers, as well as the fleet problems that were going on, there were some other notable events that happened during this time. For example, on November 11th, 1924, Lieutenant Dixie Kiefer actually took off from the ship. This was the first time an aircraft had been launched from a ship at night in history. And further experimentation with aircraft continued until early 1925, when the ships in the battle fleet received a squadron of Curtiss TS-1 float planes on March 31st. California would begin a refit at Puget Sound Navy Yard in late 1925, and in 1926, she had an aircraft catapult installed on one of her main battery turrets. That allowed her to carry 3 Vought U-01 float planes. She also participated in a naval review for President Calvin Coolidge, which was held off Hampton Roads, Virginia on June 4th, 1927. In late 1929 and early 1930, she received a new battery of 8 5-inch guns on anti-aircraft mounts in place of her old 3-inch guns. She took part in a couple fleet problems in 1930 in the Caribbean, and after those were done, she headed to New York City, and then joined a naval review for President Herbert Hoover off the Virginia Capes on May 20th. She returned to the Pacific after that. By 1934, she was assigned to Battleship Division 4, and retained her role as Fleet Flagship. On May 25th of that year, following another fleet problem in the Caribbean, she headed for another naval review off New York on May 31st, which was attended by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. She returned to the Pacific after that, taking part in yet more exercises. In mid-1937, she was transferred to Battleship Division 2, and by June 7th, the ships of that division visited Hawaii, and only returned to California, the state, on August 22nd. USS California, alongside her big sister Tennessee, wound up going through the Panama Canal again in early 1938 to visit Puerto Rico. And in 1939, the Navy had decided to acquire 6 then experimental XAF radar sets. When they got a hold of them, they designated them CXAM. And one of them was actually installed aboard California in 1940. In April and May, she participated in another fleet problem, which was held in the Eastern Pacific, and following the conclusion of that one, Roosevelt ordered the battle fleet to remain in Hawaii permanently. It was meant to deter Japanese aggression in the Pacific. The Navy would wind up canceling the next fleet problem, which had been scheduled for 1941, and early on in that year, California actually underwent an overhaul that finished on April 15th. Besides one trip to San Francisco, California would remain in Pearl Harbor, which is of course where she was on December 7th, 1941. When the Japanese descended on Pearl, California was actually moored on the southeastern side of Ford Island. Her positioning made it so that had she been able to get her engines going, she should have been able to maneuver. She wasn't really in danger of being blocked by any of her cousins, or her sister for that matter, but it did mean that she was very, very vulnerable. There was plenty of space for the Japanese to drop bombs and launch torpedoes at her. But at that time, she had 2 of her 5-inch guns, as well as 2 of her 50 cal machine guns, designated as ready guns, with 55-inch shells and 450 cal rounds at the guns already. So when the attack began, California's first lieutenant, Lieutenant Commander Marion Little, who was the senior officer aboard the ship at the time, wound up issuing the order to General Quarters, and the guns went into action while the crew prepared the ship to get underway. By 8:03, the ready guns began to engage the Japanese aircraft. The men quickly expended the ammunition that they had on hand, and the magazines had to be unlocked before they could be resupplied. While that effort was ongoing, a pair of Nakajima B-5N torpedo bombers dropped their ordnance towards California, and both torpedoes hit the ship at 8:05, one forward and one aft. The forward one detonated below the armor belts at frame 52, which created a hole 10 feet high and 24 feet long. It deformed the first torpedo bulkhead and holed the second bulkhead with fragments. The second torpedo ripped a hole that was 40 feet long below the armor belt. But in that case, interior torpedo bulkheads did hold and helped to contain the flooding. California had actually been preparing for an inspection at the time of the attack, so her watertight doors were all opened. Her crew was still in the process of getting those shut when the torpedoes hit her. Many of the portholes and exterior doors were also open for the inspection, which only made it worse. The flooding was getting increasingly difficult to control, and California began to list a port between 5 and 6 degrees. Commander Little did order damage control teams to counter flood on the starboard side to keep the list stable at 4 degrees, but portside flooding continued to get worse, and the torpedoes had also managed to rupture the forward fuel tanks, which allowed water to enter the fuel system. That contamination shut down the electricity on board the ship, which hindered the efforts of damage control teams. Between 8:15 and 9:15, California was repeatedly attacked by Aichi D-3A dive bombers. One bomb hit her on the starboard side, and a near miss on the port side caused minor damage. Anti-aircraft gunners aboard her did claim to have shot down at least 2 of those bombers, but due to the absolute manic nature of the situation, it was difficult to establish whether or not it was them or not. By 8:45, Commander Earl Stone, who was the ship's XO, returned to California and took command, but at the same time, she was struck by another bomb near the forwardmost casemates on the starboard side. This bomb penetrated the upper deck and ricocheted off the second deck before detonating inside California, which caused serious damage, starting a fire and killed at least 50 men. But as that happened, the boiler room crew managed to get 4 of her boilers restarted. This did give the ship power again. However, by 9:15, the fire had spread to casemates 3, 5, and 7, and Captain Joel Bunkley and Vice Admiral William S. Pye, who was the battle fleet commander, had managed to return to her as well. Smoke created by the fire eventually reached the forward engine room by 10, and that forced the men inside to evacuate. That ended pumping efforts from inside California, though other vessels did show up after the attack was over to help pump water out of her. But they only had small portable pumps, and didn't have the power necessary to counteract the severe flooding that California was experiencing. And as a result, she would eventually settle into the mud, as her hull slowly filled with water over the next 3 days. During the course of the attack, when it comes to California specifically, 104 of her men were killed and 61 were wounded, and 4 of her crew would wind up being awarded with the Medal of Honor. Jackson C. Ferris, who was one of the ship's gunners, had organized a group of men to carry ammunition up from the magazines and wound up rescuing several sailors who had been overcome by fuel oil fumes. Herbert C. Jones and Thomas Reeves had also organized parties to carry ammunition, and both of them were killed during the attack. And last but certainly not least, there was Robert R. Scott, who was at his battle station during the attack, which happened to contain the air compressor. His station flooded as a result of a torpedo hit, and while all the other personnel evacuated the space, Scott refused to leave, telling them that this is my station, and I will stay and give them air as long as the guns are going. He would also die during the attack. USS California was in a rough condition. She was considered, technically, sunk, but she was in shallow enough water that she could be refloated, though it would take several months to be able to pull this off. Workers patched up her hull and pumped out the water, and she was finally refloated on March 25th, 1942. But on August 5th, she actually suffered an accidental explosion at 13:15, which is believed to have been a mixture of fuel oil vapor and hydrogen sulfide gas. That explosion dislodged the patch that had been used to cover the forward hull and damaged some of her watertight doors, which again caused her to flood. The salvage teams worked frantically to repatch the hull and pump it out yet again. By April 9th, she was able to enter dry dock number 2 in Pearl Harbor to receive partial repairs so she could be refloated properly on June 9th and head to Puget Sound for her full repairs, though she would actually remain in Pearl for a few months. She wouldn't depart until October 10th, and when she got to Puget Sound, work on her almost immediately began to give her permanent repairs as well as give her a major modernization. This work would take a fairly long time, lasting from October 20th, 1942 to January 31st, 1944. all of her guns, besides her main battery, were removed, and her superstructure was completely ripped off in preparation for the reconstruction. Her hull would be widened to improve the underwater protective scheme and raise her stability. She was given new fire control systems, and her secondary battery was replaced with 16 5-inch dual-purpose guns in new twin turrets. She was also given a number of close-range anti-aircraft guns. She'd be fitted with 40 Bofors 40mm guns in 10 quadruple mounts and 43 20mm Oerlikon guns. Her horizontal projection was strengthened to improve her resistance to an air attack, and 3 inches of special treatment steel was added to her deck over the magazines, as well as 2 inches elsewhere. In place of her original conning tower, she was given one of the towers that had been removed from the Brooklyn-class cruisers that had recently been rebuilt. Her old cage masts were also taken off, and a modern tower mast was put in place of the forward cage mast. The changes doubled her crew size, to a total of 114 officers and 2,129 enlisted men. She was also reboilered, and that allowed her to maintain 20.5 knots despite her increase in displacement. And on January 31st, 1944, USS California, with her commanding officer, Captain Henry Poynter Burnett, departed Puget Sound to begin her sea trials, followed by a shakedown cruise off San Pedro. She then took part in a few training exercises to prepare her crew, many of whom were fresh recruits, in preparation for combat operations in the Pacific Theater. While in San Francisco, she actually underwent another machinery overhaul in April, and on May 5th, she departed to join the fleet that was assembling in the Central Pacific for the Marianas Campaign. She arrived at the anchorage at Roy Namor in the Marshall Islands on June 8th, where she joined Task Group 52.17 under the command of Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf. California's modernization had certainly made her a force to be reckoned with, and she steamed along with the rest of the fleet to begin the Mariana and Palayu Islands campaign. They arrived off Saipan late on June 13th, and the next morning California moved to her bombardment position, launched her spotting aircraft, and began shelling Japanese positions on the island. She opened fire at 5:58 at a range of 14,500 yards, focusing on targets in the area around the capital, Garapan. Believe it or not, during this, she was actually hit. A Japanese shell from a 4.7-inch gun struck her at 9:10 aft of the fire control platform. This killed 1 man and injured 10, and her air search radar was disabled by that hit. A fire started, but it was quickly contained by damage control teams. The damage was not bad enough that California couldn't keep up her mission. Later on, though, she left the area for the night, returning the next morning. At 9:54, American observers did spy a group of Japanese Type 95 and Type 97 tanks that were hanging out in Garapan. California began to fire on them and managed to destroy at least one of them. She then helped suppress a battery of Japanese guns on Managana Island that had actually been engaging Battleship Maryland. California would continue engaging Japanese positions throughout the day, and withdrew again for the night at 18:30. The next morning on June 15th, the American 2nd Marine Division went ashore, and California supported their assaults, opening fire at 6:12, first again at Garapan, and then at the landing beaches to suppress Japanese defenders who had dug themselves in. She also attacked some Japanese artillery positions that began to shell the Marines, and this time she remained offshore overnight to provide fire support to break up Japanese nighttime counterattacks on the Marines. She remained on station for several days, continually bombarding the Japanese as the Marines pushed inland, and on June 17th, she and Maryland wound up shooting down a Kawasaki Ki-61 fighter. The following day, however, California came under attack by another Ki-61, but she was not damaged, apart from one of her 5-inch guns that was accidentally shot by one of her 20mm guns. She shot herself by accident. It was great. On June 22nd, California finally withdrew to get more ammo at Enowenak in the Marshalls. After arriving there, she did undergo some repairs for that hit she took earlier, and those lasted from June 25th to July 16th. She returned to Saipan after that, where at that point the island had been secured, and the next target was Guam, which was to be attacked in Operation Stevedore. This time, California was able to join her big sister, USS Tennessee, as well as 4 destroyers, to form Task Unit 53.1.16, and they arrived off Guam on July 19th. They joined the preparatory bombardment that day, as the ships sought to neutralize Japanese defenses. That shelling continued over the course of the next day before the landings on July 21st, with California in particular concentrating her fire on the areas around Tuman and Agana. She provided initial support to the amphibious assaults that would begin at 8:30, but she left later that day at 1500, bound for Saipan. She had to get more ammunition. This is a running theme with battleships, you notice that? After which she headed to Tinian, which was the next island to be attacked in the campaign. Alongside her sister, they arrived on July 23rd. Together, the siblings proceeded to blast the absolute heck out of San Jose, which was on the southern end of the island, as a diversion from the actual landing beaches that were in the north. Combined, the sisters would fire 480 shells from their main guns and 800 from their 5-inch guns, which leveled the town. At 1700, they checked their fire and then withdrew for the night, returning the following morning to support the actual landing. The fighting on the island would last for several days. During that time, California patrolled off the coast, providing support when requested. Her role in the battle actually culminated in a last stand by the Japanese defenders on July 31st. During this, California and the rest of the bombardment group fired an incredibly accurate barrage on their positions, giving the Marines a solid advantage and helping to boost their final push to take over the island. California would finally depart and return to Guam to support the troops that were still fighting there, participating in that until August 9th, when she finally left again to get more ammunition. I feel like I said this sentence a lot in these videos. On August 19th, California departed Eniwetok as part of a task force of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers that were bound for Espiritu Santo. While they were underway on August 23rd, her sister Tennessee actually suffered a steering malfunction that caused her to turn out of line and collide with California. Sister, no! 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 This tore a hole in California's bow, and 7 of her crewmen were killed in the accident. Damage control teams did manage to shore up the bulkheads that had been busted during this particular incident, and they were able to pump the water out of the hull. Tennessee actually took more serious damage during this, and she would have to leave the group for repairs at Pearl Harbor. California continued along with the convoy, and she would wind up being fixed in the floating dry dock Artisan, which lasted from August 25th to September 10th. That collision prevented her from taking part in the Battle of Peleliu. California left Espiritu Santo on September 17th and passed along the coast of New Guinea, where crewmen actually could observe battles between Japanese and Australian forces during the New Guinea campaign. California would arrive in Manus on September 22nd, where they began prepping for the next operation. California was again part of Oldendorf's bombardment group, which consisted of USS Maryland, Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and West Virginia. They all departed on October 12th, bound for the Philippines, and that campaign began 5 days later, with initial landings by the 6th Ranger Battalion on the islands of Dinagat and Sulian. The Sulian assaults did make the Japanese aware of the impending attack on the Philippines as a whole, which led to the activation of Operation Shogo 1, a complicated and planned counterattack to the Allied landing. But while this was going on, Allied minesweepers began clearing the channels into Leyte Gulf in preparations for main landings. On October 19th, the bombardment of the island did begin, and it continued the next day as troops went ashore. California did almost get hit by a kamikaze as well, but heavy anti-aircraft fire sent it off course, and it crashed harmlessly off the starboard bow instead. Over the following days, California remained off the invasion beach, blasting Japanese positions as American forces pushed their way inland, But during that period, the Japanese fleet had begun moving into position for their counterattack. On October 24th, reports of Japanese naval forces approaching the area led Oldendorf's ships to prepare for action at the exit of Surigao Strait. And yes, indeed, we are once again addressing the Battle of Surigao Strait. As Vice Admiral Shoji Nishimura's southern force steamed through the strait, Oldendorf's battleships managed to cross the T, allowing them to perform full broadsides, while Nishimura's ships sailed directly into a trap. At 3:12, California picked up the Japanese ships with her SG radar at a range of 42,200 yards. 8 minutes later, her forward Mark 8 fire control radar began to track the ships, the range having fallen to just 38,000 yards. West Virginia would be the one to fire first, however, as she had the most advanced radar of the bunch, and she was also sunk at Pearl Harbor, and she was much angrier about it than California. She was followed up by most of the other battleships, including California, who did engage the lead Japanese vessel at a range of 20,400 yards, with a 6-gun salvo. This intense attack did cause the Japanese to turn right around and run the other direction, and they were going to chase them down, but California got a little bit ditzy about this whole thing. Her captain wound up misinterpreting the vague order to turn 1-5. This was supposed to mean turn 150 degrees, but Captain Burnett read it as an instruction to turn 15 degrees, which is not the same thing at all. This caused California to turn incorrectly and pass along Tennessee's bow, thus leading the sisters to almost run into each other again. But Burnett realized his mistake pretty much immediately and ordered California to hard turn to starboard, while Tennessee also made similar evasive maneuvers. But California had masked Tennessee, and that blocked her from firing for several minutes. Although Cali did actually keep firing during this whole situation. She actually suffered a misfire in the right gun of her rearmost turret, and concussion from the third salvo disabled the rear Mark 8 radar, as well as damaging the scope of the forward radar. But the gun layers still continued to accurately direct the guns anyway. 16 minutes after opening fire, California checked her fire as the Japanese turned and fled. By that point, several torpedoes were reported in the water, thus keeping the battleships from pursuing, but none were actually hit by those torpedoes. During the course of the action, California in particular fired 63 shells from her main battery, and the Japanese wound up losing 2 battleships. During this whole thing, a central force under Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita had passed through San Bernardino Strait under the cover of darkness and arrived early on October 25th. They wound up attacking Taffy 3, which proved to be a mistake, because Taffy 3 was angry, really just so angry. USS Johnston was here. The Japanese did not know what to do about this problem. Taffy 3 was a force of escort carriers, but the destroyers fought so brutally that he thought Taffy 3 must be a fast carrier task force instead, which is much more powerful. Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague had made urgent calls for help because, logically, there was really no reason to believe that the destroyers could push the Japanese back, even though they did, the absolute legends they are. And Oldendorf immediately turned his ships northward to join them, but while en route, they came under Japanese air attack. California attempted to engage the aircraft, but didn't score any hits personally. And by the time they got there, Kurita was already gone, so the ships wound up resuming bombardment duties for the next month. On November 20th, California departed for Manus for repairs that lasted from November 25th to December 15th. She would eventually return to Leyte Gulf by January of 1945, and the bombardment group would steam to western Luzon to help with the next major assault in Lingayen Gulf on the western side of the island. Japanese aircraft did attack them while they were en route, but California wasn't damaged at all. They arrived off the Gulf on January 5th and entered it the following morning. Early that morning, California launched her float planes to spot for her guns before she opened fire on Santiago Island, on the western side of the Gulf, to silence any Japanese artillery that might threaten Allied forces once they entered the area. The fleet's minesweepers then swept the channels further inside the Gulf, which California also helped to cover. With Oldendorf aboard, she led the bombardment group into the Gulf. Shortly after 17:15 that day, a pair of Zeros wound up approaching her. They were kamikazes. California's gunners did shoot one of them down, but the other managed to hit her on the port side abreast of the main mast. Gasoline from the plane's fuel tanks started a fire, and a 5-inch shell from another ship accidentally hit one of California's 5-inch guns. How did you even do that? What is happening on board California? Why does she keep getting accidentally hit so much? Anyway, that started another fire. Both fires were suppressed, though, within 12 minutes. But the kamikaze, in particular, inflicted significant casualties. 44 men were killed, and another 155 were injured. It was a really bad hit. Temporary repairs were made, while California remained on station, continuing the bombardment. Troops from the U.S. 6th Army went ashore on January 9th, and from the 10th to the 18th, California left the Gulf, not to get repairs though, to patrol the South China Sea, to guard against a possible attack by the Japanese fleet. She then returned to the Gulf again, but did leave on January 22nd for Ulithi, after which she would hop over to Pearl Harbor, and then to Puget Sound for permanent repairs and modifications. On April 24th, she got underway for a brief set of trials before she headed south to Long Beach on April 29th. Further work was done there, actually, from the 2nd to the 10th of May. During that time, she underwent a shakedown cruise, and on May 10th, she departed, California the state, to return to the fleet, who were at the time preparing for the attack on Okinawa. While en route, she stopped in Pearl Harbor, and then Ulithi again, after which she headed north to the Ryukyu Islands. California would wind up being anchored off Okinawa on June 15th, and by that time, American forces had been fighting on the island for more than 2 months. The Japanese had launched a major kamikaze campaign during the operations on and around Okinawa, and those attacks continued while California was on station. On the 17th and 18th of June, she and the heavy cruisers New Orleans and Tuscaloosa bombarded Japanese positions in support of the 96th Infantry Division, but heavy fog hampered efforts by her float planes to accurately locate where the Japanese exactly were. California fired anyway, conducting a heavy bombardment of the area over the 2 days. Because let's be fair, if she just shoots at every single possible spot in a relative area, she has to hit something eventually. She then patrolled off the island until July 14th, to prevent any Japanese naval forces from attacking the invasion fleet. After that, she went to replenish her fuel and ammo, and then joined Task Force 95, which would be sent to the East China Sea to clear mines. On August 8th, she was detached for maintenance at San Pedro Bay in the Philippines, and the work lasted from the 11th to the 15th of August. During this time, the Japanese would surrender. The war was over. So once her work was completed, California steamed north to Nakagusuku Bay in Okinawa, where she stayed from the 23rd of August to the 20th of September, awaiting further orders. She finally headed to Wakayama in Japan, which she arrived at on September 23rd, to support 6th Army troops as they began the occupation of Japan. The following week, she headed further north to Yokosuka, arriving there on October 3rd, and actually anchored very close to a Japanese battleship, Nagato. California then joined Task Group 50.5 along with her sister Tennessee and several other vessels for the return trip to the United States. They departed Japan on October 15th, and they were bound for the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Instead of sailing across the Pacific and heading through the Panama Canal, well, frankly, they just couldn't. California and Tennessee's rebuilds had made them a bit too, thick to get through anymore. So instead of sending them around South America, they just sent them around the other way. They sailed south to Singapore, and then proceeded through the Strait of Malacca, into the Indian Ocean, stopping in Colombo from the 30th of October to the 3rd of November. While she was there, she actually embarked a contingent of South African troops that were headed home. She would wind up stopping in Cape Town from the 15th to 18th of November, where she dropped off those South African soldiers, and then she steamed into the Atlantic, stopping in St. Helena and Ascension Island on her way back to Philadelphia, which she arrived at on December 7th, where 754 officers and men were sent to discharge centers, as with World War II over, the Navy was, looking to downsize. They did not need this many boats, or this many men. Another 40 officers and 1,345 men were discharged over the following months, as California was prepared to be laid up. She was not going to be scrapped immediately. Like Tennessee, she was formally placed in reserve, still in commission on August 7th, 1946, though she was decommissioned on February 14th, 1947. She still hung around, however, in their inventory for another decade, but by the late 50s, it was clear that battleships, for the most part, were no longer particularly useful, and as such, both California and her sister Tennessee were considered obsolete and destined to be scrapped. California was stricken from the Naval Vessel Register on March 1st, 1959. After that, she was sold to the Bethlehem Shipbuilding Corporation on July 10th and broken up. Her bell was saved, however, and it was put on display in Sacramento at the California State Capitol Park.
USS West Virginia, also known as BB-48, was laid down on the 12th of April, 1920, officially launched the 17th of November, 1921, and finally commissioned the 1st of December, 1923. Now, based on those dates, I think it's pretty obvious to most of you historically relevant people that she did not, in fact, participate in World War I. The design of the Colorado class was developed during that war, and they were actually the culmination of the standard type battleship series that was built for the United States Navy. They're actually very, very similar to the earlier Tennessee design, but they have significantly more powerful main batteries of 8 16-inch guns in twin turrets. The Colorados were initially a group of 4 battleships: Colorado, Maryland, West Virginia, and Washington, but Washington was actually never finished. She was 75% done when she was canceled under the terms of the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922. As a result of that treaty, West Virginia and her sisters would be the most powerful battleships in the United States Navy right up until the North Carolina class entered service right before World War II, when everyone kind of threw the treaties completely out the friggin' window, because the Axis had already done that. In the interwar period, West Virginia really didn't do a whole heck of a lot, which is a thing you can say about pretty much every battleship during that time. She mostly did training exercises in the 20s and 30s, but she was at Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, 1941. She was one of the battleships that was moored in Battleship Row when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. She was actually right next to USS Tennessee, and as a result could not maneuver, nor was she in a position to activate her engines quickly enough to get out of there anyway, unlike the Nevada, who we talked about before. West Virginia was stuck as a sitting duck. She was hit 7 times by Type 91 torpedoes, and bombers hit her with a pair of 16-inch armor-piercing shells that had actually been converted into bombs. The first bomb had hit the port side and penetrated her superstructure. This caused extensive damage to her casemates right below deck. Due to the ammunition stored in those casemates, secondary explosions caused serious fires. The second bomb fortunately failed to explode, but it did destroy one of her guns, as well as the OS-2U Kingfisher float plane that was on her catapult on top of that turret. The Kingfisher's destruction actually caused gasoline to spill onto the deck, which also caught fire. One of the torpedoes that struck her had actually hit aft, which disabled her rudder, and at least 3 of them hit below her belt armor. The torpedoes opened large holes in her hull from frames 43 to 52, as well as from 62 to 97, and at least one of the torpedoes actually passed through the holes that were already open after the ship began to list and exploded on the second armor deck. This probably would have capsized her if not for the damage control efforts that were initiated by Lieutenant Claude V. Ricketts. He and his men were able to keep West Virginia stable enough so as not to capsize, although they couldn't avert her inevitable sinking. West Virginia's captain during the attack was one Mervyn S. Bennion, and during the attack he had been badly wounded by a shrapnel shard that flew off of USS Tennessee nearby. He may have survived if he had gotten to a first aid station, Cook Third Class Doris Miller and several other sailors attempted to move him to get him first aid for just that purpose, but Bennion refused to leave his post and ordered his men to leave him and save themselves. He used one of his arms to hold his wounds closed, and he wound up dying from blood loss while he was still commanding his crew during the attack. As a result of his actions, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. As for Cook Third Class Doris Miller, well, he's another hero of that day. Not only did he help move his wounded captain, but he manned an anti-aircraft machine gun for which he had absolutely no training and shot down several Japanese planes while doing so. His actions that day made him the first African American to be awarded the Navy Cross. He became a hero and icon of the civil rights movement during those times, and Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, who personally awarded Miller with his medal, said of the commendation, "This marks the first time in this conflict that such high tribute has been made in the Pacific Fleet to a member of his race, and I'm sure that the future will see others similarly honored for brave acts." Anyway, back to the West Virginia, who's still kind of in the middle of sinking. Due to the damage control efforts, like I said, West Virginia avoided capsizing, though she did slowly sink on an even keel. Her crew would wind up being evacuated at that point, although a group did volunteer to go back and fight the fires that were still raging throughout the ship. Fuel oil that leaked out of the destroyed USS Arizona wound up also catching fire and engulfed West Virginia, because West Virginia just could not catch a break in the fire department that day. The day following the attack, the fires were finally damped down. A total of 106 of West Virginia's men were killed in the attack, and among them, there were 3 sailors in particular: Ronald Endicott, Clifford Olds, and Lewis Costin. These men had survived in an airtight storeroom until at least the 23rd of December, 16 days after the attack. But West Virginia wouldn't be refloated until the 17th of May, and as a result, those men were not saved. Many of the remains from West Virginia actually couldn't be identified, and as of the 6th of December 2019, the Department of Defense announced that 8 of the 35 unknown remains from West Virginia had been identified. But that still leaves quite a number, and we aren't sure who they were. When West Virginia was finally refloated, 17th of May 1942, she was moved into Dry Dock Number 1 in Pearl Harbor on the 9th of June for an inspection. The inspection showed all 7 torpedo hits, as at first they only thought she was hit by 5. She of course still wasn't seaworthy, so the workers had to make temporary repairs so she could move back to Bremerton, Washington for a thorough reconstruction. When Pearl Harbor happened, the Navy had to seriously evaluate how they were going to remodel their old battleships and which ones were going to be modernized at all. Proposals were drawn up to replace the lattice masts with other structures that could accommodate the heavier radar equipment that was being fitted onto their ships. West Virginia and California had been badly damaged in Pearl Harbor. Due to this, they were viewed as not being able to be returned to service all that quickly like some of the other battleships would be. However, the silver lining of this is they could have different modifications added to them in addition to the regular repairs they needed to undergo. In their case, they would have torpedo bulges installed that had been planned before the war started. Not only would these help defend from torpedo hits, but they would offset the loss of freeboard that was incurred by an addition of 1,400 long tons of deck armor. West Virginia was also supposed to receive a battery of dual-purpose 5-inch guns, but this work was deferred as it would take too long in addition to all the other work they had planned for her. Also, in West Virginia's case, there was a limited number of dry docks on the West Coast. West Virginia had to wait until both Tennessee and California were rebuilt, and work on her wasn't actually completed until September of 1944. The repairs and modifications saw her radically altered in appearance, not just because of the torpedo bulges, but her superstructure was almost completely revised. The old heavily armored conning tower was removed and a smaller tower was erected instead to reduce interference with the new anti-aircraft guns' fields of fire. The tower was actually taken from Brooklyn-class cruisers that had also recently been rebuilt, and the foremast was replaced with a tower mast that housed the bridge and the main battery director, and her second funnel was also removed, with the boilers being trunked into an enlarged forward funnel. The ship's weapons suite was also overhauled. She was given air search radar, and fire control radars for her main and secondary batteries, and the latter was replaced by a uniform battery of 16 5-inch 38 caliber guns in 8 twin mounts. These batteries were controlled by state-of-the-art Mark 37 directors, and her light anti-aircraft battery was revised, which now consisted of 10 quadruple 40mm Bofors guns and 43 20mm Oerlikons. And by early July of 1944, she was ready to begin her sea trials in her post-refit condition. She finally loaded ammunition on the 2nd of July and departed for her trials off of Port Townsend, Washington. Once that was complete, she finally returned to Hawaii and arrived there on the 23rd of September, 1944, and she joined Battleship Division 4, as well as the aircraft carrier USS Hancock, all of which were sailing towards Manus in the Admiralty Islands to begin preparations for the upcoming operations in the Philippines. This is where West Virginia would really start to shine. She'd been out of the war for, well, most of it, frankly, and since we, in retrospect, know that the war would end just the following year, you wouldn't expect West Virginia to have much time to do any solid work, but boy howdy, she was out for blood. You don't just sink the USS West Virginia and expect not to pay for it, is what I'm trying to say. This ship had had enough. You sank her, you killed a significant portion of her crew, and you made her sit around the entire time waiting to be fixed. Oh, it was on. On the 12th of October, 1944, West Virginia and the rest of the fleet sortied to begin the invasion of the Philippines, starting with the island of Leyte. West Virginia was assigned to Task Group 77.2, which is the shore bombardment force for the operation, and was commanded by Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf. Alongside her was also the USS California. The fleet arrived on the 19th of October, and at 700 hours, West Virginia and the rest of the task force moved into their bombardment positions. They opened fire on targets around Tacloban, shelling Japanese positions, and providing covering fire for the underwater demolition teams that were preparing the invasion beaches for, well, the invasion. West Virginia would fire a total of 278 shells from her main battery and 1,586 rounds from her secondary guns. She actually wound up grounding herself at some point, which damaged 3 of her propellers. The damaged blades caused a really bad vibration that limited her speed to only 16 knots, but she still remained on station either way. She continued providing fire support and anti-aircraft defense as the fleet continued to be attacked by Japanese aircraft, and every single night, she and the rest of the task force withdrew away from the beaches. The landing force on Leyte would actually lead to what is known as the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The Japanese Navy had planned to push back the Allied landing in the Philippines. It was complicated and involved 3 separate fleets. Their northern force was under Vice Admiral Jisuburo Ozawa. The center force was under Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita, and the southern force was under Vice Admiral Shoji Nishimura. Ozawa's carriers, who were now depleted of most of their aircraft, were only meant to serve as decoys to distract the Allied forces away from Kurita's and Nishimura's battleships, whose job it was to attack the invasion fleet directly. Kurita's ships were detected in the San Bernardino Strait on the 24th of October 1944. This resulted in the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea. West Virginia wasn't a part of that. Though during that battle, it's worth mentioning that the Musashi, one of the 2 largest battleships ever constructed, was sunk, and that resulted in Kurita temporarily reversing his course. By this point, the northern force had been detected. Admiral William F. Halsey ordered a fast carrier task force to destroy that force. While those maneuvers were occurring, Nishimura's force approached the Surigao Strait to attack the invasion fleet from the south. His fleet consisted of battleships Yamashiro and Fuso, the heavy cruiser Mogami, as well as 4 additional destroyers. He was supplemented by a second striking force that consisted of heavy cruisers Nachi and Ashigara, the light cruiser Abukuma, as well as 4 more destroyers. Nishimura's fleet passed through the strait on the night of the 24th of October. and then they came under attack by American PT boats, followed by destroyers, and this initiated the Battle of Surigao Strait. One of these destroyers torpedoed Fuso and disabled her, although Nishimura continued towards the objective anyway. It was about this point that West Virginia, who steamed at the head of the American line, was alerted by observers on board USS Tennessee that they spotted the flashes in the distance as a light American craft attacked Nishimura's force. It was the middle of the night, by the way, at only 3:02 in the morning. West Virginia's search radar wound up picking up the enemy force at a range of 42,000 yards, or 38,000 meters. Oldendorf gave the order to open fire at 3:51, and West Virginia did that just a minute later, and she was followed up by Tennessee and California. They concentrated on battleship Yamashiro. The thing was, West Virginia was equipped with a more modern targeting radar than the other battleships were. USS Tennessee and California were having trouble locating a target and eventually held their fire, but West Virginia, and I can't stress it enough, out for blood and with a more modern radar, hit Yamashiro on her bridge on the first salvo. With the range locked in, Yamashiro was quickly hit several times by multiple American vessels, including West Virginia, doing significant damage to her and causing fires to break out. Then they shifted fire to Megami, who was also hit several times and suffered severe damage. This went on until about 400 hours, when both Megami and then Yamashiro turned to retreat, both on fire. Seeing this, Oldendorf ordered his battleships to make a 150-degree turn, and West Virginia complied at 4:02, leading the other battleships on the new course, which ran parallel to Yamashiro's line of retreat. They were going to chase them down, but confusion aboard USS California led her to fall out of position, and by doing this, she masked the rest of the battleships and forced them to cease firing to avoid hitting her. California, get out of the way! We're in the middle of a battle! I don't have time for this! We are out for revenge here! You're distracting! As a result, the Japanese were able to retreat into the darkness, and the report of torpedoes in the water also forced the Americans to turn back. This battle is notable. Not only did West Virginia score a significant amount of hits on the enemy, but this was the last ever battle between battleships. At no point during the rest of the war or since has a battleship and another battleship fired on each other. It just never happened again. During the rest of the war, West Virginia would continue to serve out as basically a bombardment platform, supporting all the island invasions that were going on in the Pacific theater. She also shot down plenty of Japanese aircraft and took very little damage herself, with the sole exception occurring on the 1st of April, 1945. She was hit by a kamikaze plane, which struck her superstructure just forward of the No. 2 directive for the secondary battery. This explosion killed 4 and wounded 7 inside one of the 20mm gun batteries. The aircraft had actually been carrying a bomb too that penetrated below the second deck, although fortunately that bomb did not actually detonate and it was defused by West Virginia's bomb disposal officer. Despite the damage, she once again remained on station and fired star shells to illuminate Marine positions to help them repel Japanese infiltration attacks. Her dead were buried at sea, and then she was actually called out to hunt down a small squadron that had been spotted in the water that was centered around battleship Yamato. Now, as much as I'd love to tell you that USS West Virginia totally tangled with Yamato, if you've been paying attention, you know that battleships would never fight against other battleships ever again. Yamato was sunk well before West Virginia would find her, and she resumed her bombardment operations and air defense for the fleet. She remained on station there until the 20th of April, when she was called to replace her sister, Colorado, as she had suffered an accidental explosion while replenishing ammunition. Her supporting duties would continue until the end of the war, and in fact she was expected to take part in Operation Downfall, which was the invasion of Kyushu, the Japanese mainland. But this would never occur. As most of you are probably aware, in early August, 2 atomic bombs would be dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki 3 days after that. These attacks displayed such incredible power to the Japanese that they were forced to surrender, thereby avoiding a costly and likely even more destructive invasion of the Japanese home islands. But West Virginia's job wasn't quite finished though.
On the 12th of August, before the Japanese would surrender, USS Pennsylvania was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine. West Virginia had to send a whaleboat with pumps to assist the damaged ship. And then, on the 15th of August, Japan finally surrendered, and West Virginia's contingent of Marines began preparations for the occupation of Japan. West Virginia was actually present during the formal surrender ceremonies that were conducted on board Battleship Missouri on the 2nd of September, and West Virginia actually loaned 5 of her own musicians to play during the ceremony. She remained in Tokyo for 2 weeks after that to assist with the initial occupation effort, and on the 14th of September, she took a group of 270 passengers back to the United States. She returned to where she began in the war on the 4th of October, 1945. Yep, back to Pearl Harbor. There, her crew had decided she had been a very useful battleship, and gave her a celebratory repainting before they departed again on the 9th of October for San Diego, California, which she reached on the 22nd of October. During the war, she had been given 5 battle stars, which is actually extremely impressive given she missed most of the conflict. She took part in Navy Day celebrations on the 27th of October 1945, and then she took part in Operation Magic Carpet, which is the repatriation effort to return American servicemen from the Pacific Theater. She took passengers in Pearl Harbor and carried them back to San Diego. She made 3 runs through the end of the year, and last arriving in San Diego, California on the 17th of December, 1945. She remained there until the 4th of January, 1946, when she left for Bremerton, Washington, arriving there on the 12th of January, 1946, where she was scheduled for deactivation. She was eventually moved to Seattle, Washington, and 4 days later she was tied up alongside Colorado. Work was conducted to prepare her to be a part of the reserve fleet, which continued until February, and she was formally decommissioned on the 9th of January 1947. She survived in the reserve fleet for actually quite a long time, until the 1st of March 1959, when she was finally struck from the Naval Vessel Register, and placed for sale for scrapping. She was sold on the 24th of August to the Union Minerals and Alloys Corporation. She was towed to Todd Pacific Shipyard in Seattle on the 3rd of January 1961 and broken up. Despite the ship being gone, like the vast majority of those battleships are, pieces of her still persist. One of her anti-aircraft guns is on display in City Park in Parkersburg, West Virginia, and her wheel and binnacle are on display at the Hampton Roads Naval Museum. When she was sold for scrap, students at West Virginia University raised funds to preserve her mast, which is still housed on campus to this day, and her bell is on display at West Virginia State Museum in Charleston. In the year 2000, then Governor of West Virginia, Cecil Underwood, issued a proclamation on the 59th anniversary of the Pearl Harbor attack, naming Interstate Highway 470, which is located in West Virginia, the USS West Virginia Memorial Highway, in memory of those sailors that lost their lives while serving on board such a fine ship. So I think it's worth saying, despite being heavily damaged in the beginning of World War II, and of course not being responsible for starting the fight, she sure knew how to finish it!
On December 7th, 1941, when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, USS Nevada was the only battleship that was able to get underway, heroically making a desperate run for the sea, though she would be forced to beach herself to keep from sinking. But part of this run was in a valiant effort to protect her only sister, USS Oklahoma. But sadly, though she tried, she wasn't able to save her, and Oklahoma would become one of the major casualties of Pearl Harbor, along with USS Arizona. USS Oklahoma was the second of the 2 Nevada-class battleships, the first, of course, being USS Nevada, which were ordered in a Naval Appropriation Act on March 4th, 1911. This new class of ship was actually the first of the U.S. Navy's standard-type battleships. 12 of those would be completed by 1923, and with those ships, the Navy would create a fleet of modern battleships that were similar in long-range gunnery, speed, turning radius, and protection capabilities. Though as technology progressed, many differences could be seen in the standard types, as later models would of course have improvements. And there were some innovations in the Nevada classes. For example, triple turrets and the all-or-nothing armor principle, which concentrated most, if not all, of the armor around the ship's critical areas while leaving minimal to no protection around non-critical points. The triple turrets actually reduced the length needed for the ship, and therefore reduced area that needed protecting, as they could place 10 guns in 4 turrets instead of 5. And this allowed for thicker armor. The Nevada class were also the first US battleships to be oil-fired instead of coal-fired. And because oil had more recoverable energy per ton than coal did, it increased their potential range. And the sisters weren't actually identical. USS Nevada was fitted with new technology in the form of steam turbines, but Oklahoma wound up getting triple expansion steam engines. As built, Oklahoma's standard displacement was 27,941 tons. At full load, she displaced 28,856 tons. She was 583 feet, 178 meters long, and had a beam of 95 feet 6 inches, 29.11 meters, as well as a draft of 28 feet 6 inches, 8.69 meters. Those triple expansion steam engines she utilized, which provided about 24,800 horsepower, were fueled by 12 oil-fired Babcock and Wilcox boilers, and this gave her a speed of about 20.5 knots, that's 38 kilometers an hour, or 23.6 miles per hour. Her design range was 8,000 nautical miles at 10 knots. In her original as-built form, her belt armor was 13.5 to only 8 inches. And deck armor was 3 inches thick. She had 10 14-inch guns that were arranged in 2 triple and 2 twin mounts. She also had 21 5-inch guns, as well as at least 2 torpedo tubes, though, interestingly, some references to her original design say she had 4? Why this element is even confused at all, I'm not really sure. But she had 2 or 4 torpedo tubes, and her crew consisted of 864 officers and enlisted men. Her keel was laid down on October 26, 1912 by the New York Shipbuilding Corporation of Camden, New Jersey, which had bid $5,926,000 to construct her. By December 12th that same year, she was about 11.2% complete, and by July 13th, 1913, she was at 33%. She was finally launched on March 23, 1914, sponsored by Lorena J. Cruz, who was the daughter of the Oklahoma governor, Lee Cruz. Her launch was actually a little unique as it was preceded by an invocation, which was the first time that had happened for an American warship in half a century, given by Elijah Embry Haas, who was a bishop of the Methodist Episcopal Church, and she was moved to a dock for fitting out. But on the night of July 19, 1915, fires were actually discovered underneath the 4 main battery turrets, and it was actually the 3rd time that it happened on an American battleship in less than a month. Suspicious. But by July 22nd, the Navy felt that, at least in Oklahoma's case, it had been caused by defective insulation, or a mistake by a dockyard worker. But the fire delayed her completion so much that her sister Nevada wound up conducting her sea trials and was commissioned before Oklahoma. On October 23, 1915, she was about 98% complete, and that spring, May 2, 1916, she was finally commissioned in Philadelphia, with Captain Roger Wells in command. Her early service life was relatively uneventful even into World War I. As I've repeatedly stated, there was not a lot to do for warships in World War I by the time America got involved. Prior to even entering the war, Oklahoma just kind of dawdled around the east coast of the United States, visiting Navy shipyards. And in 1917, she actually had a refit, with 2 3-inch guns being installed forward of the main mast for anti-aircraft defense, and 9 of her 5-inch guns being removed or repositioned. Even when we did finally enter World War I, Oklahoma was not sent across the Atlantic initially, because she was, again, oil-fired. The UK did not want oil-fired ships to help them out because they didn't have access to that much oil, if any at all. They wanted coal. So Oklahoma had to stay behind for a while. And her crew, though cramped, actually had a lot of advantages for education available to them. And to kill time, they engaged in athletic competitions, like boxing, wrestling, and rowing, with crews of battleship USS Texas, as well as a tug named Ontario. These competitions actually developed into the establishment of many athletic teams all across the service that helped build camaraderie. On August 13th, 1918, Oklahoma was finally allowed to join Battleship Division 6 under the command of Rear Admiral Thomas S. Rogers and depart for Europe alongside her sister Nevada. By August 23rd, they met up with some destroyers 275 miles west of Ireland, and with them they made way for Berehaven, where they waited for 18 days for their cousin USS Utah to arrive. That division remained at anchor, and they were tasked to protect American convoys coming into the area, but they were only ever called out of the harbor once, in 80 days. Like I said, there wasn't much for warships to do by this point in World War I, so they kinda just hung around. On October 14, 1918, while they were under the command of Charles B. McVeigh Jr., Oklahoma escorted troop ships into port at the United Kingdom, and returned by October 16th. Generally, during the time, they would just conduct drills at anchor or in nearby Bantry Bay. Other than that, the crew would just play sports like American football or competitive sailing. Sounds like they kind of had a really nice vacation for being involved in World War I, honestly. Though she did actually suffer 6 casualties between October 21st and November 2nd of 1918, though that wasn't due to anything combat related. That was due to the 1918 flu pandemic. And Oklahoma would remain off Berehaven until the end of the war on November 11th, 1918. Now that we've entered the interwar period, it's probably not a surprise that there really wasn't a lot happening during this time, but I'll give you the cliff notes, since some of you may already know that Oklahoma's World War II career was not very long. Oklahoma left for the Isle of Portland on the 26th of November and was joined there by USS Arizona on the 30th. USS Nevada showed up on the 4th of December, and the rest of Battleship Division 9's ships shortly after that. They were assigned as a convoy escort for the ocean liner SS George Washington, which was indeed carrying President Woodrow Wilson. It was on his way for the peace talks in France. Oklahoma departed on December 14th for New York City, and spent early 1919 conducting winter battle drills off the coast of Cuba. On June 15, 1919, she then returned to France to escort President Wilson on a second trip, and then went back to New York on July 8th. She remained a part of the Atlantic Fleet for the next 2 years after that, and was overhauled and her crew trained. Her second battery would wind up being reduced from 20 to 12, and early in 1921, she actually traveled to the west coast of South America for combined exercises with the Pacific Fleet, and would return later that same year for the Peruvian Centennial. After that, she would actually join up with the Pacific Fleet, and in 1925 began a high-profile training cruise with several other battleships. They left San Francisco on April 15, 1925, and arrived in Hawaii on April 27th, where they spent their time performing war games. On July 1st, they left for Samoa, and crossed the equator on July 6th. By July 27th, they had arrived in Australia and conducted a number of exercises there as well, before spending some more time in New Zealand, and finally returned to the US later in the year. In 1927, she transited the Panama Canal and moved to join the Scouting Fleet. But in November of 1927, she entered Philadelphia Navy Yard for a very extensive overhaul. She had to be modernized, and that was performed by adding 8 5-inch guns, and her turret's maximum elevation was raised from 15 to 30 degrees to enhance their range. She also had an aircraft catapult installed atop turret number 3, and she was up-armored between September 1927 and July of 1929, and given anti-torpedo bulges, as well as an additional 2 inches of steel on her armor deck. That overhaul would increase her beam to 108 feet, which was the widest in the US Navy, but it would reduce her speed to 19.68 knots. But it wasn't a major reduction, and it was seen as worth it given the extra protection the crew would have. After she was done, she rejoined the scouting fleet for exercises in the Caribbean, and then returned to the West Coast in June of 1930 for spring operations all the way to 1936. The summer of that year, she wound up carrying midshipmen on a European training cruise, visiting northern ports. The cruise was actually interrupted, though, by the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War. Oklahoma wound up sailing for Bilbao, arriving there on July 24, 1936, specifically to rescue American citizens and other refugees from the war. She carried them to Gibraltar and other French ports, and then returned to Norfolk on September 11th, and to the West Coast on October 24th. For the next 4 years, she mostly just did further fleet operations, some of which were conducted jointly with the Army, and included the training of reservists. Oklahoma was actually based at Pearl Harbor from December 29th, 1937, for patrols and exercises, and during this time only returned to the mainland twice. Once to have further anti-aircraft guns and armor added to her superstructure at Puget Sound in early February 1941, and once more to have armor replaced at San Pedro in mid-August of that same year. En route on August 22nd, she actually got trapped in a severe storm. 1 man was swept overboard, and 3 others were injured. The following morning, she wound up breaking her starboard propeller shaft, and that forced her to halt, so the crew could assess damage and then sail to San Francisco, which was the closest Navy yard with an adequate dry dock to service her. She remained there until mid-October, but with the work completed, she then returned to Hawaii. Though even by this point, Oklahoma was looked at as a bit of an old design. Many newer battleships offered much better performance in pretty much every single category, and the Navy had already planned to retire her on May 2nd, 1942. But with her work done and her returning to Hawaii, her lifespan would actually be cut even shorter than that. December 7th, 1941. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. USS Oklahoma was sitting in Battleship Row, in berth Fox 5, on the outboard position, sitting right next to a fellow battleship, USS Maryland. Her sister Nevada was also present, and quite a few positions behind her. When the Japanese descended on the harbor, Oklahoma was pretty much immediately targeted and struck by 3 torpedoes. The first and second hit just seconds apart, and struck her amidships, around 7:50. They had hit about 20 feet below the waterline, between the smokestack and the main mast, and the torpedoes had blown away a large section of her anti-torpedo bulge, and spilled oil from the fuel bunker's sounding tubes. But neither one had actually penetrated the hull, so she was not necessarily in danger of sinking at that point. Around 80 men scrambled to man her anti-aircraft guns and fight back, but they couldn't use them because the firing locks were actually in the armory. Oklahoma had been robbed of her ability to fire back, so most of the men wound up manning battle stages below her waterline or sought shelter in her third deck, which was protocol during an aerial attack. Then, a third torpedo struck her at 8 o'clock, right around frame 65, and that hit close to where the first 2 had, and this one penetrated the hull. The explosion destroyed adjacent fuel bunkers on the second platform deck, and ruptured excess trunks to the 2 forward boiler rooms. With her hull penetrated, she started taking on water at a very rapid pace, and she began to capsize on her port side. While this was happening, 2 more torpedoes hit her, and the Japanese strafed her crew as they tried to abandon ship. In less than 12 minutes, she rolled over until she was halted by her own mass touching the bottom. Her starboard side remained above the water, and a part of her keel was exposed. It's believed she probably took around 8 torpedoes in total, but a lot of her crew bravely didn't give up. they simply jumped over to USS Maryland to assist with manning her anti-aircraft batteries. However, 429 of Oklahoma's officers and enlisted men were either confirmed killed or missing. One of those killed, Father Aloysius Schmidt, was actually the first American chaplain of any faith to die in World War II. 32 others were confirmed wounded, but many were still alive and were trapped within Oklahoma's hull. Even while the attack was still ongoing, efforts to rescue the trapped men began almost immediately, and work continued into the night, trying to cut through Oklahoma's hull, but this was no easy task since, of course, the hull was designed not to be cut through by anything. It was armored. To a certain extent, they were able to pull this off, as some men were pulled from Oklahoma after being stuck inside her for hours. One individual, Julio de Castro, was a Hawaiian civil yard worker who had managed to organize a team that saved 32 of Oklahoma's crew. The rescue operation was further hampered, not just from the fact they had to cut into Oklahoma's hull, but also the fact they had to be really careful about this. See, every time they did it, it released trapped air, and that would raise water levels around men that were still inside. On top of that, if they cut in the really, really wrong places, it could also ignite stored fuel. And even if they did everything perfectly, it was pretty understood that they just didn't have the resources to reach everyone in time. But they did what they could. Many awards and honors were issued to members of Oklahoma's crew following the attack. This included Father Schmidt, who I mentioned earlier, who had a Buckley-class destroyer escort named after him that was commissioned in 1943. Additionally, 2 men, Seaman First Class James R. Ward and Ensign Francis C. Flaherty, were awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously, as both of them remained inside turrets, holding flashlights to allow other members of the crew to see to escape. But by doing this, they didn't give themselves enough time to escape, and both would die on board USS Oklahoma. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Navy had to analyze what they should do with the ships that had been sunk, several of which, like West Virginia and California, would be refloated and returned to service, though it would take some time. Oklahoma, however, was seen as a bit of a more difficult prospect. For one thing, her design was already quite old, and for two, she had taken a lot of damage, and had capsized. But they also couldn't leave her where she was either, like Arizona and Utah, who still serve as war graves to this day, because Oklahoma was a navigational hazard. She had rolled into the harbor's navigational channel, so she really couldn't stay there. The Navy did determine by early 1942 that she could indeed be salvaged, and even though it was cost prohibitive to do it, they still undertook the project on July 15, 1942, under the immediate command of Captain F.H. Whitaker and a team from the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. Just preparing to right her took 8 months to complete. They had to pump air into her interior chambers and improvise airlocks to force 20,000 tons of water out of her through the torpedo holes. 4,500 tons of coral soil were also deposited in front of her bow to prevent her from sliding, and 2 barges were posted on either side to control her rise. 21 derricks were attached to the upturned hull. Each carried high tensile steel cables and were connected to hydraulic winching machines ashore. The operation finally began on March 8, 1943, and they were finished by June 16, 1943. Teams of naval specialists then entered her to remove human remains, and then they constructed cofferdams to allow for basic repairs so that she could be refloated properly. That work was completed by November, and on December 28th, she was towed into dry dock number 2 at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. Once there, her main guns, machinery, remaining ammunition, and stores were all removed. Further repairs were completed on her hull to make her 100% watertight, and by this point, giving her a once-over, the U.S. Navy did deem her too old and too heavily damaged to be returned to service. As such, she was decommissioned on September 1st, 1944, and all remaining armaments and her superstructure were then removed. She was put up for auction at the Brooklyn Navy Yard on November 26, 1946, after the war was already over, and was finally sold to Moore Dry Dock Company of Oakland, California for $46,127. In May of 1947, 2 tugs started towing Oklahoma from Pearl Harbor to San Francisco Bay. She was due to arrive, interestingly, on Memorial Day, and a delegation of nearly 500 Oklahomans that were being led by then-Governor Roy J. Turner were planning to visit and pay final respects to their ship. But Oklahoma seemed to have different ideas. Some say that ships, of course, are just tools, but many sailors will say that they each have their own personalities, and spirits, as it were. Maybe we humans take too much time to personify inanimate objects and vehicles especially, but in any event, Oklahoma didn't seem to want to be scrapped. On May 17th, the ships entered a storm that was more than 500 miles from Hawaii. The tug, Hercules, put her searchlight on Oklahoma and revealed that she had begun listing heavily. They then radioed the naval base at Pearl Harbor and were instructed to turn around and head back to port. But without warning, Hercules was pulled back past the other tug, Monarch, which was also being dragged backwards at about 15 knots. Oklahoma had decided she was going to sink straight down, and she threatened to take both the tugs with her. But the tug skippers had wisely opted to loosen their cable drums that connected their tow lines, so as Oklahoma sank away, the lines would wind up playing out. Monarch was released first, but Hercules' cables didn't let go until the last possible moment, and that sent her tossing and pitching in the rough seas, but she would also make it. Oklahoma had gone out on her own terms, and to date, her exact location still isn't known. In the modern day, there are several memorials to Oklahoma. During dredging operations in 2006, the U.S. Navy actually recovered a part of the Oklahoma from Pearl Harbor. They think it's a portion of the portside rear fire control tower. It's now on permanent outdoor display at the Muskogee War Memorial Park in, Muskogee, Oklahoma. Her aft wheel is at the Oklahoma History Center in Oklahoma City, and on December 7, 2007, the 66th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, a memorial for the 429 crew members who were killed in the attack was dedicated on Ford Island, just outside the entrance to where the battleship Missouri is docked as a museum. Missouri is actually moored exactly where Oklahoma was moored when she sank, and the Oklahoma Memorial is part of the Pearl Harbor National Memorial, and is an arrangement of engraved black granite walls and white marble posts. In the years following the attack, only 35 of the 429 sailors and Marines who died in Oklahoma were actually identified. The remains of 394 unidentified sailors and Marines were first interred as unknowns, but were actually disinterred in 1947 in an unsuccessful attempt to identify them. In 1950, all the unidentified remains from Oklahoma were buried in 61 caskets in 45 graves at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. But further work has been done in this regard. In April of 2015, the Department of Defense announced that, as part of a policy change that established a threshold criteria for disinterment of unknowns, that the unidentified remains of the crew members of Oklahoma would be exhumed for DNA analysis. Modern technology has advanced quite a bit, and DNA profiles could help identify these sailors, so they can be properly laid to rest. The goal was to return the remains that could be identified to their families, and the process began in June of 2015, when 4 graves, 2 individual and 2 group graves, were disinterred for DNA analysis. By December of 2017, the identity of 100 crew members had actually been discovered, and they had reached a total of 200 by February 26, 2019. Between 2019 and 2020, the DPAA continued to successfully identify even more crew members, and on February 4, 2021, they announced the identity of the 300th unknown, a 19-year-old Marine from Illinois. As of June 29, 2021, the DPAA announced the program was actually coming to a close, and that the remains of 51 crew members that could not be identified have been returned to Hawaii and will be reinterred at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific at Punch Bowl Crater, with a ceremony scheduled for December 7th, which was the 80th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. But the program was still very successful. They managed to identify a total of 343 lost crew members, including both Medal of Honor recipients, showing a success rate of 88%. By September 17, 2021, the DoD did announce that the number of identified was now 346, up from 343. They had one final push to identify the last few remains they had, and they did manage to identify a final total of 396 crew members, so their final success rate was 92.3%. Overall, it was solid news, giving much-needed closure to many families, as well as proper burials for many of the men that died on that day. But of course there were still a few that couldn't be identified, 33 to be precise, and they were indeed reinterred at the Punch Bowl Cemetery as planned. And while Oklahoma's own final resting place isn't known, the site of her final battle is watched over by her distant cousin, Missouri, and I think it goes without saying that her and her crew's sacrifice should never be forgotten. USS Arizona, or BB-39, was the second of the Pennsylvania-class battleships, the younger sister of USS Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania class were significantly larger than the preceding Nevada class. Arizona had an overall length of 608 feet, a beam of 97 feet, and a draft of 29 feet 3 inches at deep load. That was about 25 feet longer than the preceding ships. She would displace 29,626 tons at standard load and 32,429 tons at deep load, which was over 4,060 tons more than the older ships as well. Her crew would number 56 officers and 1,031 enlisted men, as built. She was equipped with 4 direct-drive Parsons steam turbine sets, which drove a prop that was 12 feet 1.5 inches in diameter. The steam was provided by 12 Babcock and Wilcox boilers, and the turbines were designed to supply about 34,000 shaft horsepower, though during her sea trials they managed to only hit 33,376. But she did meet her design speed of 21 knots, and later she would reach a speed of 21.5 knots during a full power trial in September of 1924. Her designed range was 8,000 nautical miles at 12 knots. Her main armament consisted of 12 14-inch guns in triple turrets, which were numbered 1 to 4 from the rear. Her secondary armament consisted of 22 5-inch guns, mounted in individual casemates in the sides of her hull. She also had 4 3-inch anti-aircraft guns, though when she first started her trial she actually only had 2. She also had 2 21-inch torpedo tubes that were underwater, one on each broadside. And the Pennsylvanias, as a class, continued the all-or-nothing design principle for armor, which basically dictates that they put very, very little to zero armor in non-vital areas of the ship, and put effectively all of the armor in very critical areas. As a result of this, Arizona's waterline armor belt measured 13.5 inches thick, but it covered only her machinery spaces and magazines, and it would taper to a minimum thickness of just 8 inches in other areas. Her main armor deck was 3 plates thick, but with a total thickness of 3 inches in most areas, but over the steering gear, the armor was increased to 6.25 inches in 2 plates. She also had a 3-inch torpedo bulkhead that was placed 9 feet 6 inches inboard from her side, and she was provided with a complete double bottom. Arizona was laid down on March 16, 1914, with Assistant Secretary of the Navy and future President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in attendance. The builders actually intended to set a world record 10 months between the ship's keel laying and launch, and the New York Times called the ship the world's biggest and most powerful, both offensively and defensively. But the world record never happened. She was only a little over half done a year later. Eventually, though, she was launched on June 19, 1915, and she was named Arizona by the Secretary of the Navy, Josephus Daniels. But her launching still held great amount of fanfare. The New York Times estimated that there were at least 75,000 people in attendance, and that included John Perroy Mitchell, who was the mayor of New York City, and George W.P. Hunt, who was the governor of Arizona at the time, as well as many high-ranking military officials. Several other battleships were also nearby to watch their new family member take to the water. That included Florida, Utah, Wyoming, Arkansas, New York, and Texas. Esther Ross was given the honors of ship sponsor and christening, and to acknowledge the ban on alcohol that was recently passed by the state legislature, the state's governor decided that 2 bottles would be used, one full of sparkling wine from Ohio, and another filled with water from the Roosevelt Dam. Arizona would be officially commissioned into the Navy on October 17, 1916, with Captain John McDonald in command. She departed New York on November 10th, after her crew had cleaned her and the propulsion system had been tested at the dock. She sailed south for her shakedown cruise, but outside Guantanamo Bay, she suffered a stripped turbine on December 7th, and that forced her to head back to New York for repairs, though it wasn't so bad a malfunction that she couldn't take a pit stop in Chesapeake Bay to test her main and secondary gun batteries, and those tests went fine. When she returned to New York, it was discovered that the turbine couldn't actually be fixed while it was still inside of Arizona, which meant they had to remove it, which wasn't easy. They had to cut holes in her upper decks to lift the damaged casing out, and it was reinstalled after almost 4 months of repairs. Arizona finally got back to her duties on April 3rd, 1917, but just 3 days after that, the United States would declare war on Germany and officially enter World War I. Arizona would be assigned to Battleship Division 8, operating out of the York River, but she was employed only as a gunnery training ship for crewmen on armed merchant vessels that were crossing the Atlantic on convoys. 8 of her 5-inch guns would actually be removed to be equipped on merchant ships, and when she sailed near the wreck of the old San Marcos, she would actually use it for target practice. San Marcos was actually the pre-dreadnought USS Texas, renamed so they could use the name Texas for the newer super dreadnought. Very rarely did Arizona actually go into the ocean due to the threat of U-boats, and on the occasion she did venture out, it was only in the company of her fellow battleships and other escorts. 4 of the coal-fired American dreadnoughts were sent across the ocean to the UK in December of 1917 as Battleship Division 9, but Arizona was not included. She was held back, and her crew spent most of their time training, and when they weren't doing that, they participated in some leisure activities, like boat racing. They actually won the Battenberg Cup in July of 1918 by beating the team from USS Nevada by 3 lengths over a 9-mile course. World War I would draw to a close November 11th, 1918, and a week later, Arizona did leave the United States for the UK, arriving there on November 30th. She spent 2 weeks berthed at Portland Harbor in Dorset, and then sailed for France. On December 13th, she joined 9 other battleships and 28 destroyers who were escorting the President, Woodrow Wilson, on the ocean liner George Washington into Brest during Wilson's journey to the Paris Peace Conference. All 10 battleships departed France the next day, arriving back in New York on December 26, and were greeted by parades, celebrations, as well as a full naval review by Secretary Daniels. Arizona was the first in the line, and rendered a 19-gun salute to Secretary Daniels. Along with the rest of her family, she was anchored off New York City for the next several weeks and was actually open to the public as part of the celebratory events. You don't get to do that much anymore at all. That sounds great, though. Post-World War I, well, we are in the interwar period, and in most other videos, I've kind of jumped through this because it's pretty dull. But if you know anything about Arizona, you know that there's a good reason why I'm gonna take my time a little bit here and give you as much information about her life as possible. The first thing she did after celebrations died down was sailing from New York for Hampton Roads on January 22nd, 1919, and then she continued south to Guantanamo Bay, arriving there on February 8th. Her time spent in the Caribbean was mostly for training purposes, as would become pretty customary in the 20s and 30s. There wasn't much else for a warship to do. In April, her crew won the Battenberg Cup again for the second straight year in a row, before she was deployed to France to escort President Wilson back to the United States. While she was waiting for Wilson's departure, she was actually redeployed in Turkey in response to tensions between Greece and Italy over rewarding what is now Izmir to Greece in the Paris Peace Treaty. Italy felt that it should have been theirs, and both governments had each deployed a major warship to the area to enforce their own personal interests. Arizona was there to try to make it so that things did not get completely out of hand, though in a way they still kinda did. Shortly after she arrived, Greek ground forces actually arrived in transports and were offloaded in the port. This resulted in some pretty sizable chaos in the city, and there were American citizens there at the time. They sought refuge on board Arizona, and of course she took them. The crisis would eventually die down, and then Arizona was ordered to Constantinople, now Istanbul. Istanbul, not Constantinople. No, it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Before she sailed for home on June 15th. She was sent to the New York Navy Yard on June 30th for an overhaul, where 6 5-inch guns were actually removed and her fire control system was modernized. Work on her was completed in January of 1920, and then she sailed south back to Guantanamo Bay for further training. During that time, she was fitted with a flying-off platform that was very similar to the one that had been given to USS Texas in March 1919. Then in April, Arizona finally lost the Battenberg Cup to Nevada, taking her revenge. And then in June, Arizona was present for the Naval Academy's graduation ceremonies. In August, she became the flagship for Battleship Division 7, although it was only later in 1920 that she was refitted to actually be an admiral's flagship. Along with 6 fellow battleships and 18 destroyers, Arizona would be sent south to transit the Panama Canal in January of 1921. She met up with the Pacific Fleet, and then continued on to Peru for a week before the two fleets combined to practice battle maneuvers. After a short return to the Atlantic, which did include an overhaul in New York, Arizona, who was under the command of Jehu V. Chase, returned to Peru in the summer before she began operating from her new home port of San Pedro, California, where she would remain based until 1940. For the rest of the 20s, everything Arizona did consisted of routine training exercises. Pretty much the only other thing of note was that on July 27, 1923, she, while under the command of John Y.R. Blakely, joined President Warren G. Harding's Naval Review in Seattle, Washington. Harding would actually die just 1 week after this, and Arizona joined the Pacific Fleet to fire a salute in his honor on August 3rd. Then there was also the Madeline Blair incident. Now, I've already made a standalone video about that, but long story short, Madeline Blair was a lady of the night in New York, and she would wind up stowing away on Arizona in an effort to get to California with the help of some of her crew. She would also ply her particular trade while on board, though she was found out and left in Balboa, Panama, eventually being sent back to New York. It was a ridiculous situation, quite frankly. 4 months after the latest fleet problem number 9, another training exercise, in January of 1929, Arizona was modernized at the Norfolk Navy Yard. She was given brand new tripod masts, which were surmounted by 3-tiered fire control directors for the main and secondary armament. And the number of 5-inch guns was reduced to just 12, and they were repositioned 1 deck higher, and 8 5-inch guns replaced the 3-inch guns that she had had before. Those changes would also increase her crew to 92 officers and 1,639 enlisted men. Her main gun turrets were also modified to increase the maximum elevation of their guns up to 30 degrees. Her compressed air catapults on the quarterdeck was replaced with one that used black powder, and her deck armor was also increased by the addition of 1 3/4-inch special treatment steel, and she was also given anti-torpedo bulges, as well as being given an additional bulkhead to the sides of her boiler rooms. Her torpedo tubes were also removed, as by that time it was pretty clear that torpedoes on battleships would likely never really be used, given that battleship tactics had evolved into very long-range engagements, and that alteration permitted the large transverse flats in which the tubes had been situated to be subdivided to reduce risks of flooding in action. Her machinery was also almost entirely replaced. Her high-pressure turbines were replaced by more powerful geared turbines that were taken from the canceled battleship Washington, and she was given 6 new boilers. Their additional power offset her increased displacement, and she was able to hit 20.7 knots, with 35,081 shaft horsepower, and now had a displacement of 38,258 tons. Into the 1930s, on March 19, 1931, even before Arizona had actually done her post-modernization sea trials, she played host to President Herbert Hoover for his vacation in the Caribbean. He visited Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands during this time. When she returned on March 29th, she was able to actually conduct her sea trials properly at Rockland, Maine, and she was given another catapult that was fitted on top of turret number 3, before she was transferred back to the West Coast in August with her sister, Pennsylvania. In February of 1932, she participated in Grand Joint Exercise No. 4, in which carrier aircraft successfully attacked Pearl Harbor on Sunday morning, February 7th. That's eerie. After she returned back to the West Coast from Fleet Problem No. 13 in 1933, she was anchored in San Pedro when an earthquake struck nearby Long Beach, California on March 10th. Members of her crew joined relief efforts, and they provided food, treated the injured, and presented added security from looters. In early 1934, she and her crew were actually filmed for the James Cagney Warner Brothers film Here Comes the Navy, which made extensive use of exterior footage as well as onboard location shots. Then in the early morning, on July 26th of that year, Arizona would actually collide with a fishing trawler, Umatilla, that was under tow by another trawler off of Cape Flattery. 2 men on board Umatilla were killed in this accident, and the Navy convened a court of inquiry to investigate. The court recommended that the ship's captain, Captain McGillivray Milne, be court-martialed. This all happened at Guantanamo Bay Naval Base in Cuba, while she was participating in that year's fleet problem. Milne was actually judged guilty, and was replaced several months later by Captain George Baum, after Arizona returned to the West Coast. Rear Admiral Samuel W. Bryant assumed command of Battleship Division 2 on September 4th, with Arizona as his flagship. Rear Admiral George T. Pettengill relieved Bryant on March 4th, 1935, and then Arizona participated in another fleet problem, number 16, 2 months after that. Arizona would make a port visit to Balboa in May of 1936 during fleet problem 17, and on June 8th, Captain George A. Alexander relieved Baum as captain, and 15 days later, Rear Admiral Claude C. Bloch relieved Pettengill. During gunnery practice on July 24th, the combustion gases from one gun on turret 2 actually entered the gun turret, and that burned one crewman. The turret's sprinkling system was turned on to prevent any kind of powder explosion, but this of course released water which leaked into the turret's electrical switchboard and started a small fire, which was the opposite of what was supposed to happen, though it was easily put out. Due to the Navy's limited budget at the time, Arizona spent most of this period in port as a fuel-saving measure. During the fiscal year 1936 to 37, she was anchored for 267 days, and the following year, she was in port for 255 days. On January 2nd, 1937, Rear Admiral John Greenslade assumed command of Battleship Division 2 from Bloch and transferred his flag to the battleship Maryland. On April 13th, Rear Admiral Manly H. Simons, who was the commander of Battleship Division 1, transferred his flag to Arizona on August 7th. He was relieved by Rear Admiral Adolphus E. Watson on November 8th. Captain Alfred Windsor Brown relieved Baum on December 11th. And then Arizona participated in yet another fleet problem, number 19, off Hawaii, in April and May of 1938. Captain Brown actually died in his sleep on September 7th, and Captain Isaac C. Kidd then assumed command on September 17, 1938. That same day, Rear Admiral Chester Nimitz actually assumed command of Battleship Division 1, though he would also be relieved May 27, 1939, by Rear Admiral Russell Wilson. Captain Harold C. Train assumed command of the ship on February 5, 1940. Her last fleet problem was off Hawaii in April and May of 1940, and at the conclusion, the United States Pacific Fleet was retained in Hawaiian waters and based at Pearl Harbor. The intention of this was to deter Japanese expansion. She would be overhauled at the Puget Sound Navy Yard in Bremerton, Washington, from October 1940 to January of 1941, and during that refit, the foundation for a search radar was added atop her foremast. Her anti-aircraft directors were also upgraded, and a platform for 4 water-cooled 50-inch M2 Browning machine guns was installed at the very top of her mainmast. Her last flag change of command occurred on January 23, 1941, when Wilson was relieved by Isaac Kidd. Captain Franklin von Valkenburg relieved Train on February 5, 1941, and on October 22, 1941, during an exercise that was taking place in heavy fog, Arizona was actually hit in the bow by Oklahoma, and she'd actually been scheduled to depart for Bremerton Navy Yard in November to undergo an overhaul, but the accident made it so that she couldn't make the journey without first being dry docked at Pearl for repairs, so as a result, she would remain in Hawaii. Her last sortie was a night firing exercise on the night of December 4th as part of Battleship Division 1. Alongside both Nevada and Oklahoma. All 3 of them would moor along Ford Island on the following day in Battleship Row, and on December 6, the repair ship, Vestal, came alongside her to assist her crew with some minor repair work. Shortly before 8 o'clock local time on December 7th, 1941, Japanese aircraft from 6 of their carriers struck the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. On board Arizona, her air raid alarm went off at around 7:55, and she went to general quarters shortly after that. Just after 8, 10 Nakajima B-5N2 Kate torpedo bombers, 5 from the carrier Kaga and 5 from Hiryu, descended on Arizona. They were not carrying torpedoes, they were carrying modified armor-piercing shells that effectively served as 1,757-pound bombs. They flew at an altitude of 3,000 meters, and Kaga's aircraft bombed Arizona from amidships to stern. Hiryu's would hit the bow area. Arizona was hit at least 4 times, as well as suffering 3 near misses. One of the near misses off the port bow actually made observers think that she had been torpedoed, though it's not believed she was ever actually hit by a torpedo during the attack. The sternmost bomb would ricochet off the face of turret 4 and penetrate the deck to detonate in the captain's pantry, which caused a small fire. One of the forward hits was near the port edge of the ship, abreast the mainmast, and detonated in the area of the anti-torpedo bulkhead. The next bomb would strike near the port rear 5-inch anti-aircraft gun, but it was the very last bomb that was the most devastating. It struck Arizona at around 8:06, somewhere around turret 2. This bomb probably penetrated the armor deck near the magazines located in the forward section of the ship, and 7 seconds after it struck, those magazines would detonate, causing a horrific explosion. Fires caused by this explosion would burn for 2 days, and debris showered all over the immediate area. The blast was so powerful that it actually put out fires that were on board the repair ship Vestal. And all told, between the initial bombs and the explosion, 1,177 of Arizona's crew would die in the attack, and they encompassed roughly half of the total lives lost on that day. Several sailors would receive the Medal of Honor for their conduct on board Arizona. Lieutenant Commander Samuel G. Fuqua who was the ship's damage control officer, was awarded it for his cool-headedness while he worked to quell the fires and get survivors off the destroyed Arizona. Posthumous awards of the medal also went to 2 high-ranking officers who were on board Arizona when she was destroyed. Rear Admiral Kidd would become the first flag officer that was killed in the Pacific War, and Captain von Valkenburg, who reached the bridge and was attempting to defend his ship when the explosion went off. Arizona herself was also given 1 battle star for her service in World War II. As far as what caused the explosion exactly, there are 2 major competing hypotheses, and it's likely we'll never know exactly which one is correct. But the first one is that the bomb detonated in or very close to the black powder magazine that was used for the ship's saluting guns and catapult charges. That would have detonated first, and then ignited the smokeless powder magazines, which were used for the main armament. A 1944 Navy Bureau of Ships report suggested that a hatch leading to the black powder was left open. The Naval History and Heritage Command explained that black powder might have been stockpiled outside the armored magazine as well. The alternative explanation is that the bomb penetrated the armored decks and detonated directly inside one of the starboard magazines for the main armament. But the problem with this is that smokeless powder is actually pretty difficult to detonate, which is why they had black powder pads to quickly ignite the smokeless stuff. The time elapsed from the bomb hit to the magazine explosion was also shorter than experience suggests. Burning smokeless powder required to explode, but either way it doesn't really matter. Like I said, a definitive explanation has never really been drawn up, and surviving physical evidence isn't sufficient to determine the exact cause. What is known is that Arizona, and most of her crew, died that day. After the attack, she was placed in ordinary, which means she was declared to be temporarily out of service, though she would be stricken from the Naval Vessel Register by December 1st, 1942. Because in Arizona's case, especially when compared to the other battleships around her, she was so badly destroyed that even if she could be salvaged, it was not thought she could be returned to service at all, and that left her to the same fate of the 2 other battleships that died at Pearl Harbor: Utah, who had been serving as a training vessel, and Oklahoma, who was so old that returning her to service just didn't seem reasonable. Arizona's surviving superstructure was scrapped in 1942, and her main armament was also salvaged over the next year and a half. The aft main gun turrets were removed and reinstalled as United States Army Coast Artillery Corps' Battery Arizona on the west coast of Oahu and Battery Pennsylvania on the Makapu Peninsula. Battery Pennsylvania would actually fire its guns for the first and last time on VJ Day in August of 1945 while training. Battery Arizona was actually never completed. Both forward turrets were left in place, but the guns from Turret 2 were salvaged and installed on USS Nevada in the fall of 1944. After being straightened and realigned, Nevada would fire those same guns against the Japanese islands of Okinawa and Iwo Jima. While Oklahoma was partially refloated and planned for scrapping, Arizona, like Utah, was left in place. She wasn't considered a navigational hazard, and eventually would be considered a war grave and memorial. Contrary to some popular belief, Arizona isn't actually perpetually in commission like USS Constitution is. Arizona is under the control of the National Park Service, though the Navy still retains the title. And while she isn't in commission, she retains the right, in perpetuity, to fly the US flag as if she were an active commissioned naval vessel. On March 7th, 1950, Admiral Arthur W. Radford, who was the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet at that time, instituted the raising of colors over Arizona's remains, and legislation that would be passed during the administrations of both Presidents Dwight D. Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy, who were both also veterans of World War II, would result in the designation of Arizona as a national shrine in 1962. A memorial was built across her remains, and that included a shrine room that lists the names of every lost crew member on a marble wall. The memorial was listed on the National Register of Historic Places on October 15, 1966, and Arizona herself was designated a National Historic Landmark on May 5, 1989. Like with Utah, survivors of the attack may choose to have their ashes placed within Arizona along with their fallen comrades, and veterans who served on her at other times are permitted to have their ashes scattered in the water above the ship. While Arizona's superstructure and 2 of the 4 main gun turrets are gone, the barbette of one of the turrets remains visible above the water, and ever since her sinking, oil still, to this day, leaks from her hull, roughly 2.3 quarts a day. In 2004, both the US Navy and the National Park Service did do a comprehensive computerized mapping of Arizona, while at the same time being very careful to respect it as a war grave, and they considered using non-intrusive means of trying to restrict the flow of oil out of her, which is commonly referred to as the tiers of the Arizona, but to this day that hasn't been done, mostly because it's actually not necessary. Nature is adaptable, and over the years, the bay has gotten used to the oil being there. It's such a small amount at a time that's almost negligible, and certain microbes are actually benefiting from it. It was discovered that if they were to attempt to remove the oil, even with minimal non-intrusive means, not only would there be a risk of damaging the Arizona further, or releasing far more oil that would be devastating, but it would also, no matter what, disrupt the current ecosystem that is built up around her. And thus the conclusion is that it's best to let her lay, and continue weeping for her own death, as well as that of her crews. But not all the remains of Arizona are, well, with her. One of her original bells now hangs in the University of Arizona Student Union Memorial Center. One of her guns, a mast, and anchor are in Wesley Bolin Memorial Plaza, which is just east of the Arizona State Capitol Complex in downtown Phoenix. And the gun's plaque actually points out that it wasn't on the ship during the Pearl Harbor attack, but was being relined for mounting on Battleship Nevada. It is paired, symbolically, with a gun from Battleship Missouri, to represent the start and end of the Pacific War for the United States. Other artifacts from Arizona, like items from her silver service, are on permanent exhibit in the Arizona State Capitol Museum, and every 2 years the Navy awards the USS Arizona Memorial Trophy to a ship that has received the highest combat readiness in strike warfare, surface fire support, and anti-surface warfare, as determined by the Chief of Naval Operations. The 3-foot-tall bronze trophy, which sits on a black marble base, was actually provided to the Navy by the citizens of the state of Arizona on December 7, 1987. Arizona still sits at the bottom of Pearl, right where she came to rest all those years ago. The memorial to USS Oklahoma is just nearby, and a bit further down are the remains of USS Utah. And while Arizona is left to cry her tears, she's watched over by USS Missouri, who sits in a constant, silent vigil over the graves of her cousins. The death of Arizona started World War II for the United States, and the sacrifice of her and her crew should never be forgotten.